Hello, I am Mayor Betsy Nash, and welcome to the August 25th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and at the City Council chambers. Please note, public comment speaker time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. We also ask that if you are in person, please submit your speaker cards for all agenda items to the city clerk at this time. Tonight, we have interpretation services available. Please visit the table in the back for a headset. For those in virtual attendance, please note that there is a globe icon near the hand feature on your screen. Our interpreters this evening are Maya Fonseca and Angela Thielen. Thank you all for your time and services today.
Maya, would you be able to provide that interpretation in the English channel? So we are not able to hear you, Maya. We can see you. We are unable to hear you. Okay. Are you able to maybe send me an email or a text message? Thank you. With that, Mayor, we can continue.
Thank you. Roll call. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present. In the City Council chambers are myself, Mayor Betsy Nash, Vice Mayor Jennifer Wise, and City Council members Drew Combs and Jeff Schmidt. City Council member Cecilia Taylor will be joining us shortly. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. Closed session. Next is the closed session. C1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation. Paragraph 2 of Subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Significant exposure to litigation, one case. City Clerk Herron, please call for public comment for closed session item C.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item C1 for anticipated litigation, if you are in person and have not already, please submit a speaker card. And if you're virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. It looks like we are currently at 5 speakers. So this will be the final call for public comment on item C1. All right. Our first speaker will be Amy Boggs, followed by Elizabeth Burr.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. My name is Amy Boggs. I am a resident of District 3. I'm here tonight to support the City Council to persist in lawfully and carefully processing the proposed development at 80 Willow Road, rather than caving to pressure. The procedures for reviewing these large developments were established for a reason, but now the state's put its thumb on the scale, and the emboldened developer is bullying our city into approving this project without an EIR. The liabilities of doing so are profound. With bedrock at least 400 feet deep, the developers are likely to balance these enormous structures on pylons sunk into an alluvial soil in a liquefaction zone. I think this is a recipe for disaster. I believe it would be criminally negligent to proceed without an EIR. Today, I read the word timos in an announcement from Kepler's, and I was inspired to look it up. To the ancient Greeks, timos, T-Y-M-O-S, or thymos in the anglicized version, is the seat of courage, honor, and righteous anger that defends justice. Modern political thinkers like Francis Fukuyama use thymos to describe the human drive to be recognized as having worth or dignity, even greatness. I urge you all to find your timos and refuse to be bullied into approving this project without proper review. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Elizabeth Burr, followed by Susan Chamberlain.
Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Elizabeth Burr. I have lived in Menlo Park since 1993. I'm also known as Busy Burr. My wife and I raised our 2 sons on Woodland Avenue in the Willows. I'm as concerned as many citizens about 80 Willow. I'm aware that builder's remedy is at play here, a piece of legislation that's highly flawed, unclear, and likely drafted by lobbyists for the developers, and here we are. I want to encourage you to fight, to represent the citizens of Menlo Park who elected you. It is your job to take the appropriate, prudent, and reasonable time to ensure that the city is protected from well-funded corporate interests. This is your legacy, all of you. This is a David and Goliath situation. We, the tiny hamlet of Menlo Park, trying to fight back both a Russian oligarch with unlimited money and time and the state of California, the 4th largest economy in the world. And you're what stands for us, for me. This isn't easy. It might be scary, but it is right. This will be your legacy. How do you want to be remembered? As the group that approved the towers that we talked about for years and years to come. While we waited for the state of California to respond to our housing plan, a mere 2 weeks away from their approval, we became saddled with a proposal with all the detail of a paper napkin, a proposal that will have an impact on our city, our skyline, our public safety for likely over a century. How's that a fair result? The exorbitant costs will hit the citizens of Menlo Park as we bear the responsibility to rebuild roads, sewers, public safety infrastructure, water, just to name a few, all to support a fancy hotel and Class A offices with views from Mount Tam to Mount Diablo to Morgan Hill, a set of buildings that will not remedy our housing situation. They will exacerbate it, and I know you know that. I, for one, want the remedy to be housing. I'm shocked by the number of people, particularly in Western Menlo Park, who are unaware of this, who think this is another side of the railroad tracks or the other side of El Camino issue. I'm not sure the citizens of the city have been made aware of the bill they will need to foot, the scar on the skyline, and that they don't have any concept of. The buildings will dwarf the large tower in downtown Palo Alto and make Hoover Tower look like a tiny play structure. There are important legal steps you need to take to represent our interests as citizens. The terms were eloquently laid out in the letter sent to you by Mark Wolf. I will not reiterate. I will say that your responsibility, as you all know and are sworn to, is to represent the people, us, me, my kids. I venture that the future ongoing cost burden laid on the citizens of Menlo Park to support 80 Willow will far outweigh the costs today to ensure that these towers are not going to damage our city for centuries to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Susan Chamberlain, followed by Vamsi Velikapudi.
Greetings. My name is Susan Chamberlain. I'm here because I'm very concerned about the health of San Francisco Creek and the health and safety of our community. Please do not approve this project without a complete environmental impact report. Please hold a public hearing before any decision is made. This is wildly out of scale, a Manhattan-size project in the middle of our community at Middlefield and Willow. I live in the neighborhood around the corner and would be hostage to the traffic it creates and unsafe due to the difficulty of emergency vehicles getting through. Building in this location with poor access to public transportation defeats at least one purpose of the state housing legislation, which is getting people out of their cars. And in addition, it's adding 7,000 car trips a day to defeat that purpose as well. 3 times the number of employees will be driving into Menlo Park, 3 times the residences we're providing. As I understand it, it's hugely unpopular, both in Menlo Park and Palo Alto. I know of no one except the oligarch who is in favor of this and the people working for him. This oligarch is bullying you, trying to bully you into speeding up your process by threatening to sue. Please take your time. do this right by your constituents for the health and safety of our community. And just on a personal note, I've lived around the corner from Sunset Magazine for 50 years. I walked my babies in those gardens. My daughter worked for Sunset Magazine for 10 years. It's a place dear to my heart, and it's breaking my heart to see it trashed in the way. I just pray for courage for all of you to stand up to this bully. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Vamsi Velagapudi, followed by Chris Sullivan.
Good evening, Mayor Nash and City Council members. My name is Vamsi Velagapudi, and I'm a resident of District 2. I understand tonight is the third closed session on potential litigation tied to the proposed development at 80 Willow Road. I want to raise a simple concern raised by residents: transparency. Closed sessions exist, of course, to protect the city's legal position. I respect that, and I understand the need for it. But 3 closed sessions on the same matter with no public update on where things stand make it hard for residents to trust that our interests are being represented well at the table. I've personally spoken with many residents across District 2, and the concern around the city's response keeps coming up again and again. I'd also note that the advocacy group Menlo Forward has sent the council a letter urging you to stand firm on this matter. I trust that that voice and the voice of many residents across Districts 2, 3, and across Menlo Park factor into your discussions tonight and ongoing. I'd ask the council, to the fullest extent of the law and to the fullest extent that you feel able to report out publicly, at least on what's at stake and what options we have as a city. Residents deserve to know how decisions that will shape our city, our traffic, and our creek are being made, even behind closed doors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Chris Sullivan.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I make public comment today because I am concerned that the processing of your N17 Willow Park project is remarkably adversely affecting my project in a different city, in the city of San Rafael, and it should not be. Specifically, the many methods and reasons for rejecting the N17 project are exactly the same as to improperly, in my opinion, reject my project. This has been going on since 2023 in the same time frame, sometimes to the same month, with the same reasons and the same detail almost to the week. I'm asking that this all be withdrawn as it appears to emanate from city officials here in the city of Menlo Park. The blocking emanating from here must be stopped, resolved, clearing the way for approvals for my project. To give a couple of examples, or some examples, in Menlo Park, the project site was extended to the lot lines, providing a disqualification criteria for habitat and so forth. In mine, it was reduced in the opposite direction. Nevertheless, the geometry was changed and it was selected to defeat the eligibility of my streamline project. Features were relabeled in Menlo Park, such as a park was not a park, for example. In my case, attachments were fences, not attachments. A physical feature is relabeled, producing disqualification for streamline processing. The threshold disqualification was introduced in my streamline project, which was attachment, which is not defined as an objective standard, and threshold disqualifications such as a hotel were introduced here. The density bonus was not applied on the basis that things had to be collected together. An indemnity had to be signed, letting the city off lawyers' fees had to be paid. I've never heard such a thing. These were pre-litigation. This is not about your Willow project. It's about my project in San Rafael. But actually, it is about your project, isn't it? Being funded from this city is a series of processes that are unlawfully blocking my project. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, it looks like we did have an additional hand raise. Welcoming up Tricia Garay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to give a comment on the APLR statement from San Mateo County. And I would like for the council to respond to this as well as
Tricia, can I, pardon the interruption. We would have to hold this comment until general public comment, which is
okay, so
item-
sorry. Okay,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're taking comment on item C1 at the moment.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, fine.
Thank you. Okay. Now with that, I am seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. So the City Council will now adjourn to the closed session and intends to reconvene at approximately 7 p.m. Hello, I am Mayor Betsy Nash, and we are reconvening the special and regular August 25th City Council meeting. Tonight, City Councilmember Cecilia Taylor is participating remotely using provisions in the Brown Act. City Councilmember Taylor, please let us know if there are any persons 18 years or older present in the room and the general nature of your relationship with the individual.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. There's no one under 18 in the room with me. Thank you.
Thank you. In accordance with Government Code 54953 and the City Council Procedures Manual, when one or more City Council members participates remotely, agenda items requiring action will be voted on using roll call. This evening, the roll call vote will be taken with City Councilmember Taylor first, and then in alphabetical order using legal first name with the mayor voting last. Tonight, we have in-person interpretation services available. Please visit the table in the back for a headset. For those in virtual attendance, please note that there is a globe icon near the hand feature on your screen.
Favor, oprimir el globo terráqueo en su pantalla.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. You may continue.
City Clerk Karen, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Nash. So for members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, after the mayor calls for comment on that item, we ask that you bring a speaker card if you are in person to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're virtual, you'll engage that hand feature. And if you're calling in, you'll press *9 at that time. That concludes my instructions. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
I would now like to introduce City Attorney Doherty to report out from the closed session.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. There's no reportable action.
Thank you. Agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda. To ensure staff is available and prepared, will the City Council have any questions or comments on consent calendar or informational items? All right. City Clerk Karen, how many speaker cards have you received for the study session item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. At this time, we have no cards for our study session item.
Does the City Council desire to modify the order of any agenda item? Does the city staff have any edits to the agenda?
No, we do not. Thank you.
Public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Speaker time will be limited if there are more than 10 speakers. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore, the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. City Clerk Karen, please call for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide a comment for an item that is not on tonight's agenda, if you are in person and have not already, please submit a speaker card to me here at the clerk's desk. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, so it looks like we have we are at 10 speakers. So this will be the final call for public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. Right here. Thank you. Okay. So with that, we are at 11 speakers.
All right, so we will now, public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. All right, and with that, we will start with Will Osler, followed by Chris Sullivan.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Will Osler. I serve on the Housing Commission, but on this item, I'm speaking as a private resident. I'm here tonight to speak out against our flock ALPR program and to ask the council to take an active role in responding to the recent San Mateo County grand jury report, which highlighted how Menlo's Parks program has fallen short of expectations. To their credit, the Menlo Park Police Department has taken some good steps in the right direction recently. After years of improper sharing, we stopped sharing Menlo Park data with hundreds of agencies. That change includes the unlawful connections specifically called out in the grand jury report. Today, we share only with 5 agencies. However, I was disappointed to see us resume ongoing sharing with the San Diego County District Attorney, an agency that does not seem to me to have a justifiable need for ongoing access to our local data. In total, the grand jury report identifies 6 areas of deficiency in Menlo Park's ALPR program and outlines recommendations to fix them. The city is required to formally respond to these findings before November. My primary request to you tonight is that you get involved, at a minimum by reviewing and approving the city's response before it is submitted. I also ask that this review happen alongside any renewal process for the ALPR program so that your decision is as informed as possible. To draw attention to one specific finding, Menlo Park's auditing was classified as particularly weak because it only examines selected legal or policy elements and fails to comprehensively evaluate operational compliance. We also fail to include contract terms consistent with California law or any penalties for vendor noncompliance in our contract. Generally, I am skeptical that the benefits of ALPRs outweigh the immense risks. Across the state and the nation, we have seen the horrifying consequences when this data is misused by individuals and institutions. Time and again, we have seen that Menlo Park has been unable to adequately protect the data it collects through this program. If we cannot protect it, we should not be collecting it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Chris Sullivan, followed by Scott Hersher.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. Chris Sullivan. I can be reached on 415-816-4222. My comment tonight is that I have sent to the city public comments twice for publication at the meeting, 1 meeting ago and 2 meetings ago, and these public comments were not published. Mayor Nash, you mentioned the Brown Act. The people of this state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people, that's me, in delegating authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know, which the City Council did. The people insist on remaining informed so that they can retain control over the instruments that they have created. We are at the same level. In fact, you've chosen, thank you, to be public servants. I would like someone to get back to me as to why my comments about the N17 project were not published. It's not good, is it? This isn't about papers. Can we agree on this? That what people do is what matters. And I will continue to analyze and review and comment until you resolve the situation of this blocking coming out of this city against my project. I'm not going to stop. My family's homes were taken from them by a European government, and they were asked to pay for their demolition. And our family resolved for that never to happen again. Please take action. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Scott Hersher, followed by Shani Patel.
Good evening. My name is Scott Hersher, and my family and I have lived in Menlo Park for 16 years. I'm an engineer, an activist, and a member of the Complete Streets Commission, but tonight I'm speaking as a community member. I'd like to discuss flock surveillance technology again, and as quickly as I can address two arguments I've heard in defense of keeping the cameras on. The first argument, regular audits by the police ensure the data collected by Flock is managed safely. I simply don't have enough time to enumerate Flock's long history of distressing data breaches, but even more distressing than that, ICE isn't even required to disclose that they've accessed ALPR data at all. A publicly available Homeland Security document specifies clearly that ICE can look at Flock data without leaving an audit trail. No audit trail, no safety. The second argument, turning off the cameras will make our city less safe. If you judge the efficacy of ALPRs by social media posts and Flock's own website, then yes, absolutely. But the reality is that no matter how hard you look, you will not find rigorously collected and analyzed data that is definitive about the success of surveillance technology. What you will find are a handful of anecdotes on X and Nextdoor. Needless to say, that's not the same thing. So Flock surveillance tech leaks our data. It's not even clear that it works. Let's join Mountain View, Los Altos Hills, and over 180 US communities. Don't renew the contract and turn off the cameras now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Shani Padel, followed by Amy Prushani.
Hi, everyone. I'm Shawnee. I know some of you guys already. I am the head coach at Hillview Middle School. I've been running that program for 5 years. I wanted to thank you guys all so much for your support of our school and the tennis program. It's had such a huge impact. I also now coach at Menlo Atherton High School, and I can see the benefits of our program from Hillview, just how we've developed those kids and how it's impacted our program at MA too. I mean, the kids are coming in stronger. They're more confident. It's been a really beautiful thing. You know, for a long time, we've had issues with just, you know, Nealon Park in general. Part of what's tough there is just that there's only 5 courts. So right now we have 4, and then there's one that's been dedicated temporarily to pickleball. We're like getting to a size where honestly, like I wish we had all 5, but I wouldn't dare like take away from pickleball because I know they need a place too. Secondarily, I don't think they're really happy with their surroundings right now, pickleball, because they're kind of busting at the seams and feeling like they need more space. But frankly, they cannot have the space at Nealon. I've told them over and over again, if you're going to ask me to choose between you and the kids, I'm choosing the kids. And I think we've kind of hit a point of inflection here where we really need to think about what we're doing as a city and how we make space for all the racket sports and all the things that people want to do. I love to see people outside and having a good time. Everyone's laughing. It's great. But there's just not space at Nealon. And frankly, it's way too close to people's houses. They're there till like 10, 11, sometimes 11:30 at night. It just doesn't make sense. I would love to find a way for the tennis community and the racket sports community to be able to come together and maybe crowdsource something so we could move it to Burgess. So I'm just here to say I'm pro racket sports, but we all need a solution. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Amy Prushani, followed by Clara Jacquel.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening, Mayor Nash. Nice to meet you in person, council members. Thank you. My name is Amir Prashani. I've just recently moved to a really beautiful apartment on Middle Avenue right next to the Nealon Court tennis courts. And I'm basically just here to say that it has been a shocking experience to see that 4 pickleball courts have been allowed to go on. I do believe it was a trial program, and I don't think anyone ever expected that it would become 7 days a week, 8 a.m. till it was 11:30 p.m. until I started complaining, and now it's 10 p.m. at night. I live in a residential area surrounded by families, including my upstairs neighbors who have a 6-month-old baby. When I went up the stairs to speak to them about this, that they're extremely supportive for, I was just shocked to hear the noise up there that they have to deal with every night. Imagine a family of 4 trying to put their children to sleep at night, 16 players on one court in a sport that the noise is just this erratic noise of plastic on a wooden mallet over and over again. I sent a video to Mayor Nash that shows 16 people playing while there's about 25 people outside hanging out. This goes on 7 nights a week. It starts at 8 a.m. I've been now living here for 4 months, a beautiful summer in a beautiful neighborhood, all of my windows closed. I have a small garden. I have never used it. I wear noise canceling headphones at home. And I am a huge supporter of sports. I think it's fantastic. There are a lot of seniors that play. I just think it should be played somewhere else. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Claire Jekyll, followed by Rebecca Elisa.
My name is Clara Jekyll. I live in Redwood City, and as a disclaimer, I want to state that I'm a member of the Redwood City Police Advisory Committee, but tonight I'm speaking as an individual and not representing the committee. Automated license plate readers were the main theme of our most recent committee meeting, and as the nature of this issue is that it spans city borders, we heard a lot of concern both from Redwood City residents and residents of surrounding communities. And I wanted to speak to you as well. Since I visit and drive through Menlo Park all the time, I'm going to restaurants, to shows at the Guild, to dentist appointments, and that means going past the cameras on Menlo Park streets as well. Reports around the Bay Area have shown that state law and current policies locally have not been enough to protect license plate reader data from misuse, with issues ranging from vendor configuration errors to access approvals without robust review and more. What I've heard over and over again is that the license plate readers are making residents in all of our cities feel unsafe. And there's a particularly acute concern about federal agencies using this data in violation of California law to go after our immigrant community members. As a previous speaker mentioned, the San Mateo County Grand Jury report that was recently released has pointed out issues with ALPR policies and audit practices for many cities, including Menlo Park. And so I would also ask you to review that report closely so you can actively decide how to resolve those issues and respond by that November 1st deadline. And frankly, the safest thing that communities can do is just to stop using these surveillance cameras altogether. I would really urge you to cancel your flock contract before it renews in October. That would follow the precedent that more and more Bay Area cities and counties are setting. It's the best way to protect your residents as well as your neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Rebecca Elisa, followed by Julianne Hansen.
Hi there. My name is Rebecca, and I'm a graduate student, and I've been a resident of Menlo Park since 2021. 3 weeks ago, I noticed 2 flock cameras at an intersection I drive through every day. Upon further investigation, I learned that Menlo Park hosts a total of 35 cameras. In San Mateo County, there are 580. Together, this network captures an extraordinary amount of information, regardless of whether the driver has been suspected of a crime. This is deeply concerning, given the potential for outside agencies and bad actors to access these data. And we've already seen what this looks like. In Menlo Park, out-of-state agencies were illegally granted access to its flock data, and the cause of this security breach is not known. The San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury, as others have noted, has since released a report identifying outstanding deficiencies in the security practices around the data collected by ALPRs. Nationwide, ALPR networks have been used to support the Trump administration's reign of terror on immigrant communities, including in municipalities that intended not to cooperate. It has also been linked, flock data has also been linked to an abortion investigation, and Wisconsin police used it to track a man across state lines for purchasing marijuana legally in Michigan. This isn't simply a question of whether we trust Menlo Park Police. It's whether we can trust a for-profit company alongside a federal government that has shown utter disregard for our civil liberties. Our local government is the last line of defense for privacy. And when it comes to safety, we already know what works. Community solutions that fulfill people's basic needs. As Mountain View Police Chief Michael Canfield said about his decision to turn off their city's flock cameras, community trust is more important than any individual tool. And as such, I urge Menlo Park to terminate its contract with Flock and reject any future ALPR contracts without significant community involvement.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Julianne Hansen, followed by Tim McKenzie.
Hello, good evening. My name is Julianne, and I'm a student and varsity tennis player at Menlo Atherton High School. I was a part of the Hillview tennis program as well, and I'm speaking here today asking the City Council to preserve all 4 tennis courts at Neyland Park. And this is preserving the tennis courts as for tennis and not for pickleball. Having 4 courts instead of 3, makes a real difference because it allows more kids to practice and play at the same time. As some of you council members might know, the Hillview tennis program is quite large, with multiple teams practicing at different times during the day. And it's very important that we are able to use all 4 courts. I also ask that the remaining courts not have pickleball lines added to them, as multiple sets of lines can make the courts more confusing and distracting for tennis players, especially younger players who are still learning the game. And yeah, so also the other thing is the noise from the pickleball court, on court 5 in Menlo Park, is especially concerning since the apartment buildings are so close by it. And I like playing pickleball as well. I like playing tennis too. I think both sports are great. I do think pickleball needs a separate space, preferably in the middle of the park, if possible, away from apartment buildings and yeah. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Tim McKenzie, followed by Sarah Maitland.
Hi, my name is Tim McKenzie. I'm with the Silicon Valley chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. And like many of the other speakers here tonight, I'm here to ask you to cancel the Flock contract, cover the cameras while waiting for the company to remove them. Automated license plate readers completely flip the traditional idea of an investigation. Usually an event occurs and then information is gathered. Suspects are picked up based on the evidence of that articulable suspicion. Flock cameras and all ALPRs capture data on everyone, innocent people going about our daily lives. The overwhelming supermajority, 99.9% of the data, is just innocent people with being captured as we drive around our cities, our neighborhoods. The bedrock of policing, the most important tool, is trust. Using these cameras, capturing everyone's motions constantly, is putting everyone under suspicion. It is saying that from the city, we do not trust you. So how can trust be reciprocated when it is not extended to us? The business model for Flock and all ALPR companies is to sell fear to the local police department, have them convince the city council to pay money so that they can collect our data so that they can train their AI models. There is no way, the valuation of Flock does not make sense based on the cost of the cameras unless our data is factored in. The real product is us. our data. It is not safe. It actually causes direct harm to everyone here, increases fear, decreases trust, and makes us a less neighborly community. So please cancel the flock
Excuse me, your
contract.
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Sarah Maitland, followed by Janice Smith.
Good evening. To protect our community, the City Council should not renew its flock contract. My grandparents built their house at 222 Blackburn Avenue in the early 1960s and lived there for more than 30 years. Since I've moved to San Mateo County, you'll often find me at Penzies. Now, I'm a big Penzies fan, and so is my neighbor, but I can't ask my neighbor to drive us to Penzies, at least in front of the at least 5 flock cameras. Now, she's got a green card and a driver's license, but her cousin, who also has a green card and a driver's license, was dragged from his car by ICE while he was driving near El Camino. He was one of at least 140 San Mateo County residents that ICE took from our community over the last year, many kidnapped while they were driving or getting out of their cars. You and I might not see these kidnappings or see with the naked eye how Menlo Park's flock cameras are connected with ICE kidnappings in San Mateo County. But across the country, federal immigration agencies have eagerly exploited local databases rich with information collected by police departments, information fed into a violent deportation machine that's tearing our communities apart. Before the Menlo Park City Council renews its flock contract, the council has a duty to understand how your flock surveillance program is likely violating California laws and your own surveillance policy. For example, as mentioned, the San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury found that Menlo Park's audit reports were inadequate to prove that the city complied with state laws and your own camera policy. So we can't tell if your camera system was used illegally by other government agencies to help ICE kidnap my neighbor's cousin. You can stop subsidizing a program that helps ICE kidnap our neighbors. Menlo Park's leaders have regulatory, procurement, legislative powers to step up and protect this community. Join the 186 other law enforcement agencies across the country that have canceled or paused their surveillance programs. Protect our community members. Don't renew your flock contract. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Janice Smith.
Hello, this is Janice. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Janice. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm so honored to be able to sit here and speak. I wanted to be present, but I had not been feeling well. But I totally agree with everybody that has been speaking. I'm not a professional. I'm just a person who lives here, and I'm literally right behind the the pickleball court. I have gone outside and made recordings. I have called the person who's in charge of the pickle court renting the spaces out and made a complaint about having a disabled child that lives here in the house and how disturbing that is for his mental health at night when he's trying to go to sleep for school. I've had the nurse tell me that his eye ducts were clogged because he's been up all night not able to sleep, and so therefore he's been looking at his tablet, which I did not know until recently. I've complained about the cursing. I've complained about the yelling. I've seen people out there past 10:30 at night, and I had to yell through the bathroom window. Can you please stop, because we have children sleeping here for school for tomorrow? I mean, this goes on. I've seen them cheat and go out before 8 o'clock in the morning, even on a Sunday morning, and they're just ticking away. And they have no consideration of the people that live here and pay over $3,000 a month for rent. How is that fair to us as people who pay taxes and who has to pay to live? And the economy is so high at this time, and we have to put up with stuff like this. Yeah, we can move, but it's not that easy all the time. And I have proof that this is disturbing my child that we have here, and I can bring documentation to you guys that prove that this is very disturbing.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, and with that, I am seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. And thank you to all the public speakers who made public comment tonight. Next, we have presentations and proclamations. We have 1 proclamation and 4 presentations this evening. Our proclamation this evening is H1 National Night Out. City Clerk Herron, please call for public comment on item H1.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our proclamation H1 for National Night Out, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our proclamation for National Night Out. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
National Night Out, celebrated on the first Tuesday in August, is a nationwide event designed to raise crime prevention awareness, strengthen neighborhood spirit and unity, and develop partnerships between the city and the community. Thank you to all volunteers, block party hosts, and police department staff for creating opportunities for community members to come together and promote neighborhood safety awareness. We would like to invite Police Chief Dave Norris, Management Analyst Myra Lambera, and block party hosts Sandy Bardis, Kareem Bakit, and Federico De Giulia to accept the proclamation.
I thank you, Mayor Nash, for the opportunity to make a quick comment. And I don't want to take up too much time, but I just want to express my extreme gratitude to the entire Menlo Park community. National Night Out is an incredibly important event to me as a career-long community policing officer. National Night Out is a celebration that is community generated. It's about the members of our individual neighborhoods getting together and celebrating their partnerships with us. We're incredibly proud to have great relationships with a number of our neighborhoods, and National Night Out was a fantastic night. It was one of my last ones that I'm going to be able to do as a full-time police officer, and so it was incredibly special to me. 9 organized block parties plus 1 extra party because 1 block had 2 parties. So we were able to get out to 10 block parties on National Night Out. It could not have been a more fun and entertaining night. Great to see a huge turnout of our police officers out at each of the parties to make that connection. And we were really glad out of my group as well that I was able to make all 10 parties and connect with all 10 of those neighborhoods. So thank you all, Menlo Park community. Thank you, City Council, for recognizing National Night Out. We could not be more proud of our relationship with our community. Thank you.
I've just been informed that Councilmember Cecilia Taylor had to sign off. Tonight, our first presentation this evening is H2, Annual Environmental Quality Commission Work Plan Report Out. Here to make the presentation is Environmental Quality Commission Chair Susanna Hill.
So Clerk Heron, the little carrots push forward and backward. All right. Nervous about all of this. Let's see. Oh, wow. Excellent. Hello, my name is Susanna Hill. I've served on the Environmental Quality Commission for 2 years. And as this year's chair, I will report on the 25-26 fiscal year and on the 26-27 work plan using the microphone. The EQC would like to gather the City Council's guidance and make sure that our proposed work plan does reflect the right priorities. This is great. The EQC's role is to advise the City Council on matters involving climate change, environmental protection, and sustainability. And the City Council has appointed a strong group of commissioners to the EQC. The new commissioners who expand the EQC's experience and knowledge, and some longer-serving commissioners who have that crucial institutional memory. Also, the EQC and the city benefit from the strategic thinking and the effectiveness of the EQC staff liaisons, Rachel Launder and Liz Tapia. They are a pleasure to work with. The areas of focus of the EQC in this fiscal year are in our work plan. And the EQC works a great deal on the city's climate action plan and the plan's goal of a 90% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030. The commission also works on supporting Menlo Park's environmental justice element, where the EQC focuses on the well-being of residents most vulnerable to environmental impacts. Since its inception, the EQC has worked to preserve the city's trees, which are an essential factor of its environment. And every year, the EQC supports a wide range of other sustainability initiatives, such as public events or reducing single-use plastics. And the commission welcomes the public and works on opening its meetings and its process to everyone. And generally, across everything we do, the EQC provides ideas and feedback to city staff to spur wider public participation and engagement with public programs. So with regard to the climate action plan, which we fondly call the CAP, our work plan goal is CAP implementation. And so the city has only gotten 30% of the way through its 2030 emissions reduction goal that's in the CAP. And the EQC feels urgency about working on how to close that gap. So this year, the commission studied building efficiency and building standards, because the two big chunks of emissions in the city are building emissions and also transportation emissions. So we studied these two things in other municipalities and made recommendations for working with other agencies to explore building codes that could bring down building emissions. And in addition, the EQC began work studying what emissions reductions projects to prioritize next. The CAP strategy to remove fossil fuels from the city's municipal operations is a very important driver of emissions reduction. And the EQC provided feedback and recommendations on programs and public outreach for city projects. There are a lot of them listed here. It's very impressive commitment. The other large part of reducing emissions in Menlo Park is in the area of transportation, as I mentioned. And the EQC and the Complete Streets Commission are working together, studying measurement as it pertains to the CAP strategy to reduce vehicle miles traveled. And also, climate adaptation and resilience will only become more important soon. And the EQC has provided feedback on the local hazard mitigation plan, and that will continue to be a focus. Our second work, behind on slides, okay. Our second work plan goal is about the environmental justice element. This year, the EQC completed a study of food systems and made recommendations for programs to access high quality and affordable food. We also provided advice and feedback for the city's home upgrade services program and several municipal electrification projects that also support the environmental justice element, the EJ element. The EJ element features ensuring a voice for those who are vulnerable to environmental impacts. And so the EQC held 2 of its meetings in the Belhaven Community Campus and invited participation and attendance, and there was high attendance and a lot of discussion of trees, which brings me to our next work plan goal, which is the city's urban canopy. The EQC hears appeals of heritage tree removal permits and is increasingly evaluating the pressure on the city's trees from construction. Our canopy took decades to grow, and it is a priceless asset. Our check-in this year with the city's arborist included the progress of the Urban Forest Management Plan, which will be coming this fiscal year, and these sustainability initiatives. They're quite varied, as you can see. We provide input, feedback, and this year it was a good range of things that I will let you study. And lastly, like all of the city's elected bodies this past year, we strive to make our work part of the community by being open and welcoming. And we want to share with you what we propose to do this coming year. You will notice that the work plan is a continuation of what we did last year with an expanded emphasis on the environmental justice element. Here's the activities and subcommittees we see continuing and also adding. There's a lot here, and it's sort of an eye exam. I'll give you the highlights. We're carrying on our activities that proved important last year and addressing things that became apparent. So with regard to the climate action plan, we're going to be focusing again on closing that gap in the 2030 carbon emissions reduction goal. So the work plan includes a new ad hoc committee studying cap planning for 2030 and beyond. And the group will also start work, that group, I just mentioned the ad hoc committee, subcommittee, will start work on identifying priorities and recommendations for updating CAP, which is a longer process, but we're starting. For the CAP part that has to do with building emissions, the EQC will still be working on electrification and efficiency projects and supporting the city's municipal facility decarbonization and supporting city staff in something new, which is the Bay Area Air District's residential rule changes regarding water heaters and furnaces, which is kind of new and I don't know much about it yet. In the area of these transportation emissions. So the 2 big areas that we have to attack are building emissions, transportation. The EQC will have a new ad hoc subcommittee studying how to promote EV adoption and reduce car dependence. And in addition, continuing the joint work with the Complete Streets Commission. And as far as the EJ element, we'll move to that. Our new activity will include supporting a city project with the nonprofit Canopy to plant trees in Belhaven. And the EQC will have an ad hoc subcommittee exploring ways to improve outdoor air quality, which is the EJ element priority number 3. And the group we will continue. The ad hoc subcommittee that was working on food systems, and that group will focus on carrying out the steps from the recommendations from this past season, where they are working on accessing high quality and affordable food. This work will be engaging with the Belhaven Collective, and EQC Commissioner Brittany Goodwin is here online, ready to answer questions about that project. So if one of you would be so kind to ask that question when we begin the Q&A, that would help get things started. And everyone, thank you for your attention. And to the city council members, please share your questions and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Clerk Herron, will you please call for public comment on item H2?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item H2, the Annual Environmental Quality Commission Work Plan Report Out. If you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. It looks like we currently have one hand. So this will be the final call for public comment on the EQC work plan date item. All right, and with that, I will invite Brian Schmidt.
Good evening, Brian Schmidt with Menlo Spark, and I just want to commend the EQC for all the great work that it's done. I've had the privilege of attending most of the meetings, and when I can't, my colleague from Menlo Spark, Jocelyn, has been able to attend. They are definitely committed to doing the public good here, and I think you've seen that in the large number of people that apply for openings on the EQC. So I thought the presentation was excellent. I am particularly interested in some of the work planning moving forward about the climate action plan and potential adjustments to that climate action plan. And hopefully with the Bay Area Air District, which is making a decision November 4th, I believe, about its rules on water heaters and ultimately on furnaces. I believe the city of Menlo Park could do a lot to help the public understand those rules as they come in place. So I look forward to working with EQC and with the broader city on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And with that, seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from the dais? Well, I just wanted to say that EQC has just done an amazing job year after year, and thank you so much for the presentation. Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Thanks, Chair Hill. It's good to see you. And three really quick things. I know we probably shouldn't play favorites with our commissions, but I always love the EQC. The work that the commissions do. I think most people know I came up through the EQC. So thanks to every commissioner, to you, Chair Hill, to the great partners we have in Menlo Spark and CRC and Canopy. And I just, I think it's an amazing way to help govern and guide the city. The two questions I really had were the 30% toward the cap. Is there any one particular thing that the EQC sees that might cause that number to jump to jump a little bit higher? Because I know even when I was on EQC, the struggle was there's so much work to do to get to some of these goals. And if that's going to come out of the debates and discussions for the reset, that's great. But I'd encourage us to think about what's going to accelerate progress. If there's a big swing kind of project or something we could work on. So no need to respond. That's more of a desire to accelerate. And then I appreciate you mentioning Canopy. I'm the board chair of Canopy. I was lucky enough to be with Vice Mayor Ruben Abrica in East Palo Alto this weekend, and they've made really good progress on their urban forest management plan. So much so that they're implementing great projects, and they've had it in place for a while. So this is a real question. There's been budget for an urban forest management plan now set aside for a while. I know there were some delays. Is there any update you could give about when we'll start to see that go to bid? And do you need anything to accelerate that? Or it's a really important foundational document as evidenced by EPA. So I'm just curious about timeline and acceleration and when we might see that go to bid.
So, I mean, the main problem has been that Jillian was injured. But the wheels are in motion as far as I understand. And I know that I think answer can come from staff on the exact details because I didn't get them in time.
Yes, thank you for the question. We do have our Public Works Director who can provide a little more detail on the timeline here. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Azalea Mitch, Public Works Director. Thank you for the question. We have been focusing on the tree planting efforts in Bellhaven, which are a component of the future urban forest management plan. I have to say East Palo Alto has an amazing plan. They also lack a lot of canopy. So our focus right now has been on the areas that need more canopy, as then we will fully engage in the comprehensive plan itself. But we're really happy to have canopy on board for this early tree action plan that we've initiated this summer in Bellhaven.
That sounds great. Thank you. Two quick things. I would ask us to preserve that. Sorry, it's a future discussion, but I would not want to see that funding get cut because the document does drive a lot of behavior. And then Vice Mayor Brickett did offer, in case we're interested, to partner up with the city, Bellhaven and EPA, if there are grants and other things coming out as our plan emerges. So I just wanted to pass that on. He was very generous to offer up a partnership with EPA. So thanks. And thank you, Chair Hill.
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Our second presentation this evening is H3, Annual Finance and Audit Commission Work Plan Report Out. Here to make the presentation is Finance and Audit Commissioner Vamsi Velapakapudi.
Thank you, City Clerk. Just before I start, Commissioner Schmidt, let's see what we can do to make the Finance and Audit Commission your favorite commission. I take on the challenge. So good evening, Mayor Nash and council members. My name is Vamsi Velapakapudi, a resident of District 2. This evening, I'm speaking on behalf of the city's Finance and Audit Commission, of which I'm a member, to provide an annual update on the work of the commission. Let's see if this works. We'll cover 3 items today. The role and priorities of the commission, a review of our activities and plans, and time at the end to receive any city council guidance going forward. So the main role of the Finance and Audit Commission is to support the City Council in the delivery of timely, clear, and comprehensive reporting of the city's fiscal status to the community at large. We have 7 commissioners currently serving: Vice Chair Colin Albright, Brian Altman, former Chair Jayanta Day, David Emery, Jackson Garton, Chair Laura Milan, and myself. We've also been supported wonderfully by city staff, included Adrian Patino and Katie Lee, Jared Hansen, Ying Chen, Brittany Mello, and Fenny Lay. And I wanted to give a special shout out to Ms. Lay, who's been a great addition to the team. A year ago, we agreed 9 work plan goals with the City Council. I won't read through them all, but essentially the 5 on the left represent ongoing items related to reviews of elements of our financial position and related audits. The 4 on the right relate to community engagement and the functioning of the commission itself. So in reviewing our activities over the past 12 months, we've of course updated the work plan itself. We met with the city's investment advisor to understand the portfolio, strategy, and investment policy. And as part of these discussions, we reviewed suggested updates to the investment policy, consistent with state law and what other peer cities have been doing as well, to include, for example, appropriate additional investment asset classes, such as supranational bonds, and to continue to review appropriate durations for the city's bond portfolio so that we can achieve a suitable yield without assuming undue risk. We've also received quarterly updates on the city's grant funding. And for the awareness of members of the public, this is a great resource that we have once every quarter. The city clearly needs to rely on a variety of external grant funding sources for capital and operational projects. Being able to see all these secure grants in one place has been very useful to assess our ability to pursue and execute on projects. We met with the city's auditor to discuss the audit scope, process, focus areas, and results. We reviewed the annual comprehensive financial report with city staff and the auditor. And we reviewed the single audit report and report on internal control over financial reporting with city staff and the auditor. On the latter, it is worth just pointing out that there was one significant deficiency that was identified related to the allocation of investment interest income across funds, which I know would have come back and presented to the City Council as well. We discussed the context for this finding with city staff and the corrective action plans put in place to avoid a repeat. These measures are intended to reduce the likelihood of post-close adjustments and to support a more efficient and accurate financial reporting process going forward. So the Commission will keep tabs on whether these actions are effective in the coming years. We also formed 2 subcommittees to focus on specific work plan goals, both a continuation from prior years. The first on the OpenGov transparency portal and the second on investment portfolio reporting. In particular, the subcommittee on the OpenGov transparency portal met to review the current status of the portal and determined that no specific improvements were needed at this time, but we did feel there could be further work done on community engagement around our finances, which I'll come back to as we discuss the future work plan as well. So looking ahead, we will of course continue the quarterly review of the city's investment portfolio performance and grant funding. We'll conduct the annual review of the investment policy, audit results, and ACFR. We'll work with city staff and the city's investment advisor to review investment portfolio performance benchmarks. So with the changes in investment policy, one of the things that we discussed was whether the benchmark we're using, which is essentially a 2-year treasury yield, whether that's appropriate and whether we could work with the investment policy advisor to come up with a modified benchmark. It's a tricky thing to do, but that's one particular discussion that we'll take on over the next 12 months. We'll support timely, clear, and comprehensive financial reporting to foster transparency and the diligent stewardship of the city's finances. And we'll continue subcommittee focus areas and potentially form new ones based on a refreshed work plan. And just before I end, one of the discussions that we had this year is we'd like to find a way to foster more community engagements around our finances, particularly given some discussions and decisions that may be in front of the City Council over the next 12 months. That discussion around that may be better as we come with a refreshed work plan at some point in September, and the chair will be able to present as well. But we can take questions on that today as well. So I'll pause there, relatively brief, and happy to take any public comment or city guidance.
Thank you very much. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on item H3.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on the work plan report out for the Finance and Audit Commission, if you are in person, complete that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our presentation H3 for the Finance and Audit Committee report out. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. And thank you so much for the presentation and all the Finance and Audit Committee is doing. It's really exciting to see its role sort of expanding as now that you have more commissioners and also as a commission rather than committee, and just doing more work. Thank you. Other comments? Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, Commissioner Veligapudi, and thanks for your service. That was that's tough to keep succinct. So thanks for that. I just had a question operationally, more out of curiosity. You know, the market's been on a bit of a tear, which is great, and hopefully that benefits the city. I'm curious if that starts to change. How does the city react? Does the commission sort of provide early advance warning for looking at that, or is it city driven? Or I'm just curious about. I'm a little worried that, you know, stocks won't continue to go up, investments won't continue to go up. We may need to react fairly quickly. How does that work in the interplay between you guys and the city?
Well, I can comment on one of the aspects that we do spend time on, which is, for example, the investment policy and the return on that. So that is something that we discussed with the investment advisors and city staff as well. And that's actually a question that we would pose to them as well, which is, do we have the right policy and do we have the right mix, given potential likely changes going forward? So that's something that we address with them. And the policy is obviously then, all we do is, as part of the commission, is try to advise on the policy itself. The execution of that sits with city staff and obviously city council, who may be opining on certain risk tolerances within that as well. So that's one of the main ways that we would engage, is through the investment policy, essentially. Obviously, we don't have a specific view on impacts on budgetary pressures. That comes from city council, but we do on the investment policy, for example.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Our third presentation tonight is H4 Annual Housing Commission Work Plan Report Out. Here to make the presentation is Housing Commissioner Will Ausler.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. I'm Will Ausler. I'm Chair of the Housing Commission, and I'm here tonight to present our yearly report out. As a reminder, the Housing Commission has a broad set of housing-related responsibilities on which we advise the City Council. Our key priorities include listening to community feedback on housing needs, supporting efforts to upgrade and maintain housing stock, reviewing specific below-market rate or BMR agreements and the BMR program rules and performance generally, and providing input on our long-term housing element planning. The Commission is composed of 7 dedicated members who are all very excited to be serving Menlo Park. I'd also like to thank the staff that makes our work possible, especially Management Analyst Ariana Milton, Management Analyst Adam Patterson, and former Housing Manager Tim Wong, who will be greatly missed, I think. Looking back on our 2025 to 2026 annual work plan, we structured our efforts around 3 core pillars: housing development, which was primarily our BMR responsibilities; community engagement, connecting residents to housing resources that can help them; and related to that, anti-displacement as well, which both involves supporting at-risk residents through resources like that and tracking displacement trends across the city generally. We've organized the committee by creating subcommittees for each of these pillars to ensure they get appropriate attention. And I'll be structuring the remainder of tonight's presentation around what we've accomplished over each of these 3 areas over the past year. So reviewing the BMR program, we've reviewed and ultimately recommended approval for 3 draft BMR agreements. 50 units at 68 Willow Road that actually came before us twice in 2 different forms as a for sale and a rental BMR agreement. We also looked at a 6-unit development at 624 University Drive, and we looked at a commercial in lieu of fee agreement for a biotech development at 1320 Willow Road. Additionally, we reviewed and recommended updates to the BMR housing program guidelines, and we received the annual tenant recertification report for the program. Under community outreach, I draw attention to the Housing and Neighborhood Resource Fair that was held during Affordable Housing Month on May 16th at the Belhaven Community Campus. We brought together 30 partner organizations and welcomed many members of the community to hear from them on resources that are available to help them find and maintain their housing in the city. Commissioners helped specifically by partnering with staff to conduct outreach to participating organizations and promoting the event across city social media channels. We hope to continue this as an annual event. Additionally, commissioners, including myself, helped staff table at the Public Works Open House last September. For anti-displacement, we held a dedicated special meeting on May 6th at the Belhaven Community Campus to review the city's anti-displacement plan. At that meeting, we heard extensive public comment reflecting broad community support for staff's recommendations to combat displacement in the city, calls for faster implementation timelines, and specific support for electrification-related tenant protections, specifically those brought to us by Menlo Spark. And that feedback helped inform the final plan, which was presented and approved by you on May 19th. As we look forward to next year, I just wanted to give a brief preview of what to expect from our 2026-2027 work plan. For the most part, we're maintaining the language and responsibilities from our current work plan. I do want to highlight that we are proposing to hold 2 regular meetings per year at the Belhaven Community Campus rather than 1, assuming that you believe that is a reasonable use of staff resources. And with that, thank you so much for your time and your continued support of our work. I want to reiterate that we're grateful for the work of staff that supports everything we do. And I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on item H4.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on H4, the Annual Housing Commission Work Plan Report Out, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our Housing Commission Work Plan Report Out, item H4. Seeing no cards or hands, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'll say I'm especially excited about all the outreach work that the Housing Commission's doing. That's great. Any comments from anyone else? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Our final presentation this evening is H5, Annual Library Commission Work Plan Report Out. Here to make the presentation is Library Commission Vice Chair Kim Crockett.
Thank you. Commissioner Westcott can't be here tonight, but I'm very happy to share our report out for the Library Commission. Is this just? Okay. So our commission's work this past year is very much grounded in the shared understanding that our library is a very critical community hub for learning and access to information and fostering connection in our community. As you can see, we have so many programs, attendees, and patrons. We know library plays a huge role in our Menlo Park community. I'm just gonna that. Our commission is very much excited with the upcoming year and the prior year's work plan's progress to build off of what we've done in the past year and continuing our working relationships with library staff, affinity groups, and the public outreach. We're particularly excited to continue work alongside recently appointed LCS Director Nick Shesta and staff. We're really focused on the work plan and developing building blocks off of this prior year into the future. Okay. There's a few pics here of some youth events in particular, and just a little glimpse into some of the enrichment magic the library staff creates for our community. A little bit more. So as with the other commissions, we have 5 work plan goals. The first one, of course, is kind of routine, ongoing operation of the commission that we are always meeting on an ongoing manner. There's fantastic events. A really big shout out to the library staff for putting together the night at the library, which was a romantasy ball held at the library the past December. But our focus and the meat of what we are doing is reviewing library programs and services. And here's where this has been central to our work this year and is continuing our focus into next year. We formed 2 subcommittees on the Library of the Future to identify needs and service gaps ongoing for the library, as well as a subcommittee for Bellhaven outreach and to do, of course, the same in improving library systems overall. We've met with staff, we've conducted a lot of public outreach, and have done a lot of work with the affinity groups, in particular the Friends, the Foundation, and the teen advisory groups to understand where the library is best serving their needs and where we can improve and how we can get there. One of our main goals too, as has been reported to this council in the past, is to analyze near and immediate and intermediate capital improvements to the main library and the facilities. There are definitely a lot of projects that we've identified, and we need feedback on next steps to continue to maintain the type of great service that we do for our library. This past fall, we had we submitted our report on the Library of the Future as a commission, requesting that the City Council schedule a study session dedicated solely to the library. We hope that we can continue working towards scheduling that so that we could really focus on a lot of these topics and continue to make more progress on our work plan. So in terms of our second ad hoc subcommittee, the Bellhaven outreach, they've done a tremendous amount of work and have made progress with a literature review and statistical analysis, as well as a number of other meetings they've had with stakeholders in the community and visits to peer libraries. We're going to, as a commission and as a subcommittee in between library commission meetings, we're going to continue with this ad hoc subcommittee work to really focus on how we can advise City Council on next steps for engagement in Bellhaven, but also with our other subcommittee in the Library of the Future, how to address some of the deficiencies that we've seen in the capital improvements necessary at the main library. I do not know what type of beetle that is at the Bellhaven Children's Library, and perhaps Nick, you do. But it is an object of fascination. So at this point, we are very focused on devising our work plan for next year and presenting it to City Council, and really look forward to your guidance and direction on what it is that you would like to see us prioritize and how we could actually take actionable steps to make that progress. And as I mentioned, our subcommittees will continue its work, and we are very focused on and committed to improving our libraries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all the fun pictures that you are showing there. City Clerk Karen, could you please call for public comment on item H5?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on H5, the annual Library Commission work plan report out. If you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual engage hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on item H5, the Library Commission report out. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. I guess I will start off with just, is it possible to give like a 1-minute overview of what is Library of the Future?
It is our work to try to understand the needs of the Menlo Park City community, its population growth, and its service needs as it into the future. I feel, or we feel as a group, that in 2026 and going forward, a lot of that looks a lot different than it did 5 years ago even. And the last time that was evaluated was practically 10 years ago. So the Library of the Future work is really part of building what is going to be the services and as well as the facilities for the Library of the Future. It's a little bit of a umbrella term.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any other Councilmember Schmidt?
No, please. Thank you. Thank you for the update. That's great. Based on the feedback or guidance request, I'm really glad to see Carol here because I got an early preview of Library of the Future, and I think as we I thought about this a little bit as we move into the next RENA cycle and the next housing element cycle. I really think library commissioners, should be an active part of some of those discussions as we figure out what the city of the future is going to look like, really. So, and I know you're already thinking about it, but I would just strongly encourage to stay closely linked to that process because I feel like library to resident ratio and all those things are going to be really important. So thanks for working on something a little more forward looking like that. Really appreciate it and all the hard work that you do.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Wise.
Thank you. I think we all knew I was going to have something to say about our library. So just thank you so much for all the work you're doing. I saw such a cute video online that said libraries are the best kind of data centers there are, which I think is so true. And I just want to, again, highlight the numbers you gave us here, which is that 18,409 attendees and 15,764 cardholders is unbelievable for a city with a population just over 34,000. So thank you so much for all of the work you're doing and making this such a valuable gem for our community. And the photos from the Romanticy Ball are giving me a lot of FOMO. So if that happens again, I will have to sign up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Combs.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Nash. We'll make it a full sweep. Appreciate the presentation and appreciate the numbers at the aggregate that were provided in the presentation that the Vice Mayor mentioned. To what extent does the commission, because 831 programs last year, it's a lot. To what extent does the commission review or understand or provide any benchmarks for those programs and their success? Because of that 831, how many had one attendee, right, or two attendees? And do we ever do some sense of analysis about are we getting a good bang for our buck?
Right. We do review statistics at every meeting and see program attendance. I think that we track it and talk about it, but we could certainly do a lot more benchmarking with the programs.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next item is I1, consider applicants and make an appointment to fill a vacancy on the Parks and Recreation Commission. Here to introduce the item is Deputy City Clerk Sarah Sandoval.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, staff, and members of the public, both in chambers and online. I am Sarah Sandoval, your Deputy City Clerk, and for item I1, advisory body vacancies and appointments, staff recommends that the City Council consider applicants and make an appointment to fill one unexpired vacancy on the Parks and Recreation Commission. This vacancy occurred when the City Clerk's office received a resignation from one of our Parks and Rec commissioners. Recruitment began July 6th and ended July 31st. During this period, we received 6 applications, which are included in your staff report. I would like to briefly point out one error in the staff report, which lists applicant Maria Rosario Moreno Morales as a resident of District 2. Applicant Morales resides in District 1. The appointment process, as set forth in City Council policy, is for staff to ask each City Council member for their nominations, with the number of nominations being limited to the number of vacancies. In this case, that will be 1. The candidate that receives a majority of nominations will then be appointed. If no candidate receives a majority, we will continue to ask for nominations until a majority is achieved, and we will take nominations verbally by roll call with City Councilmember. Is City Councilmember Taylor still online? Okay. We will take appointments verbally by roll call. And the City Council can, of course, direct an alternate method for the appointment process if desired. And when appointments are complete, the City Clerk's office will connect our new commissioner to their staff liaisons for onboarding and provide the standard ethics, conflict of interest, and Brown Act training. That concludes my introduction. Mayor Nash, please continue.
Thank you. Deputy City Clerk Sandoval, please call for public comment on item I1.
Happy to do that. If we have anyone in the City Council chambers this evening who would like to make a public comment on item I1, please fill out a speaker card and return it to us here at the clerk's desk. If we have anyone online, you can use the raised hand feature at the bottom of your screen, or if you are calling in from a landline or cell phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. This will be our final call for public comment on item I1. Mayor Nash, it looks like we have no hands at this time.
Thank you. Deputy City Clerk Sandoval, please provide instructions on how the appointments will proceed.
Of course. Thank you, Mayor Nash. As stated in the introduction, we will ask everyone for one name, one nomination, and we will be looking for that majority. If we don't receive the majority, we will call again until a majority is achieved. Thank you. Would you like to proceed with appointments?
Yes, please.
Okay, just one moment. Okay, I've pulled up our voting tally. And we'll go ahead and begin with City Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I'll go with, Robert Hubble, and I'll just provide a quick reasoning, if that's okay. I have in the past been very, very clear that I don't think that every district needs to be represented on every commission. But I do think that it provides important diversity when we are able to achieve the balance that every district is represented on a commission. And currently on Parks and Rec, there aren't any District 2 representatives. And so, especially given the staff correction, Robert Hubble is the only candidate from District 2. Additionally, he has not just that he is from District 2, but he has been long involved in the city's Park and Rec offerings, both in providing feedback and engaging in dialogue and discussion when that occurs. And so wanted to provide that explanation for my nomination of Robert Hubble.
Thank you, City Councilmember Schmidt.
Takaya Smith.
Vice Mayor Wise,
Robert Hubble.
and Mayor Nash.
Robert Hubble.
Okay, thank you. We have our results on the screen. Robert Hubble has been nominated to serve on the Parks and Recreation Commission. City Clerk's office will proceed with onboarding tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our consent calendar items J1, City Council meeting minutes, J2, receive and file the Information Technology Master Plan, or J3, amending the salary schedule. If you are in person, please return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, press *9 now. This is the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items, I1 through I3. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Is there a motion and a second on the table to approve the consent calendar? Motion to approve?
I'm happy to second.
City Clerk Karen, please state the motion and call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. We have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Wise and a second by City Councilmember Schmidt to approve the consent calendar. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, you can proceed with voting at the dais with our remote participant excused already.
The city clerk, the UI changed on us.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. But
Okay.
you did register my vote, right?
Yes, I
So
do. I see them all.
Okay.
Great. So with that, the motion passes with City Council Member Taylor absent. Thank you.
Next, we have study session. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the City Council in the near future. City staff will provide a presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the City Council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The City Council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The City Council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the City Council for action. The study session tonight is K1, provide direction on childcare services and cost recovery levels at Menlo Children's Center. Here to introduce the item is Library and Community Services Director Nick Shedka and Library and Community Services Manager Natalia Jones.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, council members. I'm just going to very quickly turn it over to my colleague Natalia Jones, who's going to make the presentation tonight.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. I'm Natalia Jones, Library and Community Services Manager. I have with me tonight Sherry Ann Shaw and Kara Storms, supervisors in charge of the 2 childcare programs. I also have Ronnie Singh, Internal Services Manager, and Director Nick Shagda. And tonight we will bring a study session on childcare services and cost recovery at Menlo Children's Center. City of Menlo Park operates 4 childcare facilities. It's the Belhaven Child Development Center, which focuses on ages 3 through 5, a preschool program subsidized by state grants. the Belhaven Youth Center, which is operated out of the Belhaven Community Campus. This is an after-school program for grades K through 5, and many of the families in that program also qualify for reduced rates. And then Menlo Children's Center preschool is our preschool market rate program. Toddler, early preschool and preschool, so we start at 18 months and until they enter kindergarten. And then we also have an after-school program on the same site as the preschool program, which focuses on after-school care for children in ages or grades K through 5. The city also hosts 2 private childcare programs. It's Building Kids, that's on Willow Road, and Menlo Atherton Co-op, that is at Nealon Park. Next slide. So here are just some pictures of some of the children and the staff at MCC. In the first picture, we have a teacher performing group time, and then the second picture, it's doing some one-on-one with the teacher and the child. But this is just showing that we practice social learning and activity that promotes language and speech development. MCC is a licensed childcare program, so each week they have a curriculum that supports the full child. So our enrollment has increased since we were here a year ago at both MCC as well as the Child Development Center. In July, there was 52 out of 60 slots filled at MCC, and we do expect that we can reach that capacity again this fall. For our cost recovery at MCC, you'll see the expenditures were 2.5 million, but that included overhead, and the revenues were 1.3, so that brings us to a 51% recovery rate as of March for MCC. Currently, the policy for MCC is set at 70 to 100%, and so staff is seeking counsel to let us know what is the level of cost recovery that's desired for Menlo Children's Center. Also, just to add on, we do monthly stats for each of our child care programs, and so we did attach that as well to this presentation. Here's another set of photos, and this is on one side, you have our toddler group who are learning fine motor, hand-eye coordination. They learning colors and shapes. On the other side, you see the teacher working with the children to build something in the sand area and just kind of talk about cause and effect. There has been council discussion on cost recovery for MCC. And last year during the Child Care Needs Assessment Study, and then this year with the user fee study, as well as the budget approval process. And so during those conversations, it was approved and recommended for a 5% increase in fees for MCC. And so this table just shows what fees would be if we were to increase to a specific cost recovery percentage. So you'll see we have 70% as our target cost recovery. If we were to get to that percentage, it would be an 11.2 fee increase. The new toddler fee would be $2,912 a month. That would be an increase of $294 a month. And it will be an annual salary increase of $3,528 to the families. Our new preschool fee with going to the 11% increase would be $2,377 a month, which is a $240 increase per month. And the families will have an increase of $2,880 annually. And then we repeated that for 80%. If we were trying to get to an 80% target recovery, it would be a 27% increase. The new toddler fee would be $3,328, which is an increase of $710 a month. The new preschool rate would be $2,717, with an increase of $580 a month, with an annual increase of $6,960 to get to a higher cost recovery.
Can I just really quickly, is this based on the assumption that all of your slots are full? Or is it based on, or is that where you're going to get?
That's
Okay,
next.
sorry.
It's coming soon. Next slide. So yes, so we are currently at 51% cost recovery, and we have 48 slots filled out of the 60 at MCC. So if we were to be completely filled with no increase, that brings us to 63% cost recovery, where we are, staying where we are. And then if we were still trying to get to that 70%, as I mentioned, there will be an 11% increase, which brings in an additional $477,000. As I mentioned, the increase in tuition each month. But if we are fully enrolled and phasing in this increase over 2 or 3 years, or 2 years to 5 and 6% each year, we can get to that 70% cost recovery. And then we have the 75% and 80% as well, showing increases over the next few years, assuming we are at full capacity. Next slide. And then just more pictures to show you guys. This is just the toddler room. They are building a train, you know, they're using their imagination and what they already know. And then in another picture, we have a teacher reading books and asking questions to expand on what the children already know or what they're learning. So we've also included some longer term changes that you may be interested in. The first is focusing on care for younger children. And this was something that came up in our previous study. It is something that the community has asked about. It's care for our infants and toddlers. So that is something we could focus on, but an obstacle or concern would be that the teacher and child ratio changes. So with this, we do need additional teachers in the classroom, so we may need to hire additional staff. Also, MCC shares a campus with the school age program. We share staff, and so if we were to bring in younger children, we may have to give up some of that space and lose some of that savings. There's also a possibility of contracting with another organization. So Menlo Park could continue to run the after-school program, and someone else could come in to run the toddler or the preschool program. However, that would produce a challenge as state licensing has its requirements when it comes to splitting program operations. We can also look at our existing partnerships and see if there is a program that wants to come in and share some of that responsibility. And then we have reducing MCC over 3 to 5 years. And so the way that will work is we have an incoming class of toddlers coming in. They would graduate from MCC in spring of 29. As the toddlers moved up to the next age group, we would not fill those spots. And we would basically put the teachers where they are needed in other programs in the department. And yeah, it would phase out the MCC program. This would be a huge change to parents and families that use the program, but that's also an option to consider. Next slide. So we are asking council to direct us to what is the level of cost recovery that is desired for the MCC program. Also to review the potential strategies that we described to increase financial sustainability, and let us know some feedback from that as well. And thank you for your time. We'll answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions at this point before we go to public comment? Councilmember Combs.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. How are the costs for that after-school program baked in here? Or are they not? And if not, what are they?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Councilmember. We didn't break out the costs for the after-school program because they don't affect the cost recovery as much as the costs for the toddler, preschool, and early preschool programs. But they could be a lever to use if you were thinking of price increases. In other words, if we increased prices for the after-school program, we could then not increase the prices for the preschool program as much. But they're baked into the total expenditures and revenues figures that we had there.
Yeah, so in theory, like your facility cost doesn't change with the after-school program, but do your staffing costs change at all, or is the staffing capacity would be the same just to service the MCC, and you use the excess for after school, or is there some staff capacity that if you got rid of the after school program, you would not need?
Right. I think that the staff is shared between the two programs. There are fewer permanent staff with the after school program. There's 2 permanent positions assigned to after school, if I'm correct. There's a number of temporary positions that are assigned to the after school program. So the costs for just the after school program are less than the costs for the toddler preschool and early preschool program.
And do we have any sense that the costs, what range the cost recovery is in for, like, again, I know it's fuzzy math and not an exact science, but like roughly would you say it is aligned with where MCC is, or it would, be, it'd be larger, like we're at 80% cost recovery, or?
I'd say to ballpark it, it's probably about the same. It brings in less money, but it costs less.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, and thanks for the presentation. This is an issue I care a lot about, and I will say I'm probably a lot more focused on the longer term, how this all plays out for the city as a whole. But one of the things in the staff report I was really curious about was what more you could tell us about the 47 to 48 families that use, MCC. There were some teaser phrases in there about missing middle and everything, and I looked in the appendix to try to get a better feeling of the families, and I really couldn't tease a lot of that out. So I just would love to hear more about what you know about the families using MCC.
I can go ahead and answer that one, council member. I think the missing middle, we were thinking that families who income qualify who don't make a lot of money and can income qualify for some of our subsidized programs, like at the Belhaven Child Development Center. And then families that make plenty of money don't have to worry about what childcare costs. Working families have to find market rate childcare, and that's been the kind of families that MCC has been serving.
What percentage would you say is in that working families to MCC? Sorry, you can totally guess or give me a ballpark, but what percentage are working families in that MCC population?
I would say it's about 85 to 90%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our study session item K1, direction on child care services and cost recovery at Menlo Children's Center. If you are in person and have not already, please submit a speaker card. If you're virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, we currently have 2 speakers. This will be the final call for public comment on our study session item for child care services and cost recovery. All right. Our first speaker will be Irakli Nadarashvili, followed by Carrie Smythe.
Good evening, Mayor Nash and members of the City Council. Good evening, dear staff of the MCC. My name is Irakli. My wife and I live across the street from Burgess Park with our 2 young children who have participated in various age groups at Menlo Children's Center. Currently, our children attend the MCC aftercare program. We're extremely concerned by the proposal to dramatically reduce the funding for MCC. Like many MCC parents, both my wife and I work full-time. She's a pediatrician caring for other families' children, while ours are cared for by the dedicated MCC staff. MCC aftercare is essential for our household, as it is for so many working families in our community. The current staff and director, Sherry Cho, are exceptional, and we're deeply worried about losing this service or facing disruptive cutbacks. I understand that city budgets are tight, but investing in our children is fundamental to maintaining a healthy, thriving community. I urge you to reject this proposal budget cuts to a service that is indispensable to so many local families. MCC is truly a community jewel that deserves to be protected. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Carrie Smythe. Carrie, it doesn't look like a microphone is just yet engaged.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yes, I also wanted to speak on MCC as well. Our oldest son just went through MCC early preschool and just graduated into TK actually, and we have a younger son who we are also hoping to send to the same program at MCC. Our experience with MCC has been great. There's such wonderful teachers and staff that are really dedicated and provide really quality care, and the programming is great there. We are also a working family. My husband's in academia. I'm in the public sector. Finding quality, affordable childcare so that we can both keep working full time as we do is very challenging, especially in this area. And we've been so happy with our experience at MCC that, we are hoping to also, once our kids are in elementary as well, enroll them in the aftercare if possible at MCC as well. And so I would also, we're also very concerned by these potential rate hikes. They are quite large. And so I really would urge, the City Council, I do think, quality childcare is something that is worthy of public funds. Children, they are our future. Investing in children, investing in their care, in their well-being, in their education is something that benefits the community. And I think the MCC should continue offering the service, the care and the services that it does. If anything, maybe offer aftercare for TK too. I just, it's been something that's really been impactful and important for our family. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And I am seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I would now like to open up for council discussion. Would anyone like to start? Well, I'll ask a couple questions then. What is the ratio in MCC of resident to non-resident?
So there's about 8 non-resident families out of the 48 that's currently enrolled. Yeah. 8 non-resident families out of the 48 that are enrolled.
And non-residents pay 135% of the resident costs. Thank you.
That is correct.
Okay. And then in the staff report, the Bellhaven Child Development Center, the revenues there were considerably, even though there's more teachers and more kids, the revenues, the expenditures and revenues were significantly lower than, the expenditures were significantly lower than the MCC, and expenditures were lower and revenues were higher. Can you please explain that?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So the numbers that we used for expenditures at MCC were sort of the fully loaded numbers from the user fee study. So they include all of the overhead, admin, IT, Natalia's time, my time that might be used for the center. The numbers that we used for the BHCDC were just the numbers that we pulled from the budget. So they're not fully loaded like that. The expenditures, the revenue matches the expenditures because that's what the state grant does. We get back what we spend basically on the CDC. Let me know, Ms. Storms, if I'm mischaracterizing anything there in my description.
For the last several years, that has been the case with hold harmless in the state since the pandemic. It is basically what you put out.
Eric, could we have you come up to maybe the podium mic or one of the staff mics? Thank you.
I have 2. So that is the case as far.
Did I hit it wrong? There we go.
So that is the case. So over the last several years since the pandemic, we have been hold harmless, which basically means that what we spend is roughly what we get back within a reason, which is why they are so close together.
And that's also what, so if you were to fully load the Bellhaven CDC comparable to what you did with MCC, then it would look much more equivalent per head count. And
that should be
childcare.
correct, yes, because we are much more lower in staff than we would be if we were fully enrolled. So our staff count, we could hold 12 teachers. We currently only have 9.
But
So there is
the
a
question is like with Bellhaven, you're not putting a fractional cost to the administration that comes from the city. And so that is not computed in their cost. And so, but in theory, there are costs there. And so it is on the MCC side, but not on the BH, the Bellhaven side.
That is correct. The state, it does take into consideration all of our expenditures, but it is correct.
Okay. And so with the state, they're saying, we will refund you exclusively what you spend on Bellhaven. And so that's the cost, essentially, calculation that you've done.
Yes.
And I guess what I was wondering, thank you, is that on the MCC side, you have 9.5 FTEs, whereas on the Bellhaven CDC side, you have 14, according to the staff report. And so that's why, so if you were to put in all the overhead and all, then it would look much more similar per FTE. The cost per FTE would be much more similar. Okay.
That is correct, yes.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Maybe just a little bit of framing. I can hear some of my fellow council members' voices in my head. So I fully understand and am paying a lot of attention to our budget situation. You know, I think we're actively fighting to preserve and protect it. At the same time, you know, from a scale of importance, childcare is probably a top 3 issue for me. It's a little personal. I will say that, you know, for a number of years, single mom, 2 boys. Boys are not the easiest to raise. Holding down a job is hard if you don't have childcare, particularly if you're a single parent, but even if you're a dual income family. So a little bit of framing for what I'm about to say. I'm feeling like the affordability at the moment, having as small an increase as possible and exploring what that could be, fully understanding budget and things like that. I really am wanting to spend more time in the future looking at the longer term childcare environment in the city as part of this full ecosystem, including the county blueprint and other resources and some of our great partners that we work with. So, that's sort of where I'm approaching that from, knowing that creates budget challenges for the city, but knowing we have to make trade-offs somewhere as well. I guess the question I had, so anyway, long-winded way of saying that's how I'm thinking about it. And I'm wondering how long, this can hold up until we can address the longer-term ecosystem, particularly if we just, from an overall affordability for work, for what Ms. Jones said, 85 to 90% of these are working families. I just want to hold the cost down as much as we possibly can until we have a longer range solution. So do we have any sense of what that might be and how much we would need to subsidize over how long? Or is that really just, we're going to give you guidance on how long we can? I'm trying to juggle a couple things, and I'm not quite sure I know all the variables about how long we can kind of keeping the costs really low, potentially under 70%.
Thank you, Councilmember. You mentioned the San Mateo County Blueprint. So that is a sort of strategy and framework report that was put out by the Child Care Council, Child Care Cooperative earlier this year. They have sort of a roadmap for improving childcare for families in San Mateo County. A wonderful report, which I think I added to as a link. They are exploring a couple of different things that might be helpful for families looking for childcare in Menlo Park. One of those is a sort of better coordinated search portal for families seeking care. And the other one is the county funded or has committed to funding a tri-share program, which would be a program where the county would cover a third of childcare costs, parents would cover a third, and then a participating agency would cover a third. So if you worked for a corporation or an agency that was participating in the program, they would cover a third of the childcare costs. So those haven't been fully rolled out yet, so it's hard to sort of talk about the details for them. Sherry and Natalia do participate in some of those guiding groups that help to work to put that blueprint report together. So we're plugged into the developments for the blueprint and eagerly looking forward to seeing if they can help us and help our families out as well. I really don't, long story short, I really don't know, I guess is the answer about how long that would be. I think with some of the talk that we heard the council discussing, both when we brought the childcare program earlier as a study session and then during the user fee study and the budget development, we were thinking that we would try to get a little closer to the target recovery rate, which is 70%, but we wanted to hear from you what your thoughts were about that.
Thanks. And I do understand the county resources. That's why I'm sort of trying to figure out like how long can we hold out is probably a good way to say it, because I understand we want to get to 70%, but those numbers on the chart are fairly large for working families, even to get us to 70%. So I feel like I'm personally feeling like I'd love to keep that low and continue the subsidy for a while longer if that's a prudent course forward. So anyway, those are my main comments too. Thank you for putting this together.
Vice Mayor Wise?
Thank you. So want to echo, of course, what Councilmember Schmidt said. I completely understand this is as the former director of a preschool, this issue definitely hits very close to home. And it's honestly wonderful to hear that this center is supporting working Menlo Park families primarily. It's exactly what I would want from the center, and it's so thrilling to hear that all these great stories about staff. But as Councilmember Schmidt was alluding to, we are in a extremely dire budgetary situation, and unfortunately, I'm going to be supportive of the 70% recovery. It's the 2,880 annual cost increase, 240 a month. I definitely do want to see that over the 2 years, so it's not all at once. But just, yes, given where we're at with our budget and the cuts that we are already on, looking at having to make if we don't get the VLF funding and all of that, I just truly don't know what else to do at this point. So I'm completely very sensitive to the issue. I understand costs are rising in every way, shape, and form, and I'm very sad to do it, but it's just sort of where I'm at with our budget situation.
Councilmember Combs?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. I'm though trying to understand a little bit when we talk about sort of long range solution, or what that means is, as I see it, essentially as this is modeled out, there's currently a gap between our cost and our revenue, but it seems structural. It doesn't seem like that's something that's actually ever going to change. Do you see, you talked about the county program, and I don't know, it seems like that might be salary based or something like that, but it doesn't to me actually suggest that there is something that results in a world where we are at least breaking even here. And so I want to understand from staff, is that what you see as like a goal ever, to break even as it relates to these services?
Thank you, Councilmember. I think we would probably need to do some more work to look at market rate costs elsewhere in the community, and that's not something that we could do along with some of these other things. In other words, we could seek the 70% cost recovery level while doing some work to see how we compare to the other market rate providers and see what effects those price changes might have on enrollment at MCC. But point well taken, the cost raises that we would have to do to reach 100% cost recovery would probably make the care not affordable for working families.
Or, I mean, not affordable for working families. If we are setting that aside, it would be that you would price yourself possibly out of the marketplace. So
correct.
It would, so that would be, I think, more of an issue. And then that goes back to the earlier discussions about were there certain economies of scales or approaches that other providers in this space that allowed them to have a cost structure that was less than ours. And so that was the thing where we were continuously butting up against, or at least I was by myself. I mean, historically, I've known that MCC tends to be, of the market rate options in the Menlo Park area, the more affordable option. I don't know if that's still the case. Okay, because I know when I was out there, it was in this marketplace. It was, again, of market rate options. To be clear, we're talking about market rate options because it is not cheap. but of the market rate options, it certainly was the more affordable. So I think that like there's a few things going on. One, I think that like from my perspective, the gap is just structural, like, right? Based on how we approach this service, like I think it's always going to be a scenario where our costs are greater than even our ability to charge in the marketplace, like full stop. So I think that that's just something that we'd have to like accept as it relates to this service. And I think I'm fine with accepting it. But that would be again, that's an important factor when we're looking at this area of what the city provides. That there isn't, this is always going to be something where there's a gap, and that could be fine. Like, right, we don't look at the library as something that we should break even on. And there's lots of things that the city does that there's no expectation that we break even. And so, or that we even hit 70% cost recovery. So I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing, but I just want to make sure we're not expecting there to be something that happens that changes that structure, because I don't think that happens in the future. I mean, I would, again, like I say, there is certain pressures that you have in the marketplace. Like, we don't even know what going to 70% does. Like, right, you could lose some families there. And so because like, home daycare options could become more attractive. They tend to be cheaper even than MCC as far as what's offered in the market. And so I am, even looking at the overall $1 million+ subsidy, I am really concerned about playing with this mix too much. So I don't know if I have clear direction other than I definitely think we need like some sort of clear market analysis of like where you sit, whether it's building kids, geo kids, things like alpha kids, whole kids, and even TK, which has been, a newer real competitor in this space, because again, the school district gets to offer certain, I think, economies of scale that we don't get to offer. And then they offer something that holy grail that we can't offer, and that is for families with multiple kids, one drop off, right? And so that's another thing, variable in this marketplace. And so again, like for me, I think the next step is, as I want to understand like what this market actually looks like for Menlo Park, what our current rates look up against some of the other early childhood education providers before I would even want to move to try to get 70%, because like I said, like if that puts us like, in some percentile that that we're likely to lose families, then what we thought we gained going to the 70%, we're going to quickly lose. So those are my comments.
So I am most closely aligned with what Vice Mayor Wise said, just being very concerned about our budget and all the cuts that we are currently looking at if VLF doesn't come through, and just how do we make all this work. Having said that, I know that as we all do, how critically important childcare is to families and to the community itself. So I would be in favor of basically increasing slowly the amount of the recovery to 70%. When I took a look, well, I have grandkids out in the marketplace. Grandkids aren't out in the marketplace. We are using childcare at this point, and just from what I know there, and also just doing some quick look on the internet, it looks like at about 75%, we will be at the market rate, 75% recovery. So I cannot see trying to go to, as Councilmember Combs said, trying to get above 75%. So I would basically like to see trying to go to 70% cost recovery and then take a look at what that does to enrollment. And also next year, there will be more information known about VLF and the budget and just sort of do a real reevaluation at that point. And I guess, pardon me? Actually, good question. Councilmember Combs was saying 70% over 2 years. And yes, I think given the amount of the increase, that is reasonable. And then also to, certainly keep tabs on how families are doing. At this point, I don't, the fallback is to offer more scholarships, but then that works against all of what we're doing. And if 85% of the families may fall into that, then we're not really getting anywhere on the cost recovery. So I guess I would recommend going to 70% as has been said, Vice Mayor Wise, and then taking a look at where we are in a year. So other Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So I'm pretty sure I agree with portions of what both Councilmember Combs and Mayor Nash said. A couple of observations. I mean, the $3,000 a year to get us to 70 in 1 year was one of the things I was really reacting to. So even if we could stretch this out over, say, a 3-year period, the real charge to families, $1,000 a year, that's still hard on working families, but this is so important. And I understand I totally agree with the budget issue. I hate to look Nick in the face and say this, but I will cut a recreation program 10 times out of 10 before I reduce, some of the subsidy here. So it's just that important because, working families, this is a foundational thing, I think, as we all know. It's not a nice to have because one parent often will stop working to pay childcare costs, and then that creates even more hardship sometimes. So as far as my values go, I appreciate the budget thing. If we can extend it a little bit longer, I mean, if we have to cut deeper in recreation, I hate to say it, but I would support that many more times than I would, reducing some of this subsidy for childcare, just given how fundamental it is. So, but I do agree with my colleagues, pieces of this. It's just I'm trying to help manage the hard impact that this is going to cause on folks. So thanks.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, not a comment that has any real value, but I do want to acknowledge just as a reflection of how we struggle with some of these issues is that I think when this first came before us, Mayor Nash, my stance was increase and or outsource. And yours was no, we need to protect this and now it's sort of switch a little bit. And I just want to acknowledge that as we're all sort of on a spectrum and trying to do in the moment what we think is right, right for the people actually using the service and right for the city. And even given my earlier point, as I sit here, it's just hard for me to because I know that that, I mean, $240 a month is not insignificant. And so it's hard for me to take a position to increase even given the budget constraints. But yeah, so I don't know where that puts us at, or if we're trying to get some sense of where to give staff direction about where three of us are at. I don't know. I don't think my comment there helps us.
I actually thought that I was hearing, given all the final, the last comments, that all of us were landing on 70%. And then I was going to go to how we get there, because certainly we had a comment about 3 years. I think you said 2 years, or you.
No, I was asking you.
You were asking me. Okay, I will say 2 years.
I was not.
Okay, I will own 2 years. But I guess the first question is, are we in sync about moving to 70%? or again, realizing that this is a very hard decision, but we have a very hard we have a very hard job. Yes. And we've just got a pretty dire situation right now, given our budget.
Well, I think for me, the next step was that like, I really did want some sort of market analysis. I do appreciate you are out there, even as a grandmother, I'm surely your understanding of the numbers are more current than mine. And so I do think that you're probably right. But like I said, I do think it is a delicate balance about like how much we can increase. Maybe we can increase to 70 and not encounter some of the negative repercussions of people feeling that the value that we provided, because we are, I think, right now in the market rate sector, we are a value play. Not that parents, not that we don't have a great staff that provides as great a services as out there in the marketplace. So I do have some concerns about that still. I would get closest to something like 3 years before 2 years. But again, like I say, I do feel I'm operating a little bit blind without that market analysis.
And of course, that is a market analysis for not necessarily the population that is using our childcare, so that we may still hit the market, or we may still be under the market and still have outpriced ourselves with our families.
Yeah, I would say that like, you know, I think the Menlo Park market is the Menlo Park market. I wouldn't say that there's like, I would say like if you take the families at MCC and you looked at the Ho Kids families, like, I don't know if there's a huge difference. There may be, you know, but in a lot of cases you're dealing with, you know, families, you know, both parents working out of the home or you know, technically out of the home. There's obviously tech is well represented. Doctors, lawyers are well represented in those populations. And so, again, I do think that there is the value play we do, and there is there is the convenience. Again, we don't offer like the school district the single drop off, but we are centrally located, and it is you know, fairly convenient for a lot of families. But yeah, like I said, I could be convinced of I would be more comfortable with 3. And so if we took this increase and we put it, or we divided it like by a third, and we said that we do that increase like whenever this next increase is expected to roll out, and then we come back and see like what that's done as far as like overall enrollment, like, right, and maybe even at that time do like, and I'm not talking about like a huge market analysis, I'm talking about like, you know, the 5 or 6 you know, early childhood education providers we feel like people we're most direct competitors with, of like just sort of listing out our understanding of their tuition. Are you doing it? You're looking at it now?
Oh, I looked it up, but I
No, so share.
So the Menlo Park City School District monthly tuition is $3,980 for a full day. School day is $3,600. Building kids appears to be $2,200 a month. Mm-hmm. And then I just pulled one private, which is Sacred Heart, which is roughly the same as the Menlo Park City School District. It just gave $40,000 a year, which is about the same as the Menlo Park City School District. So we are, if you want to name more, I can look.
No, well, of those two, we're in the like. There's 4 options, and we're like sort of in.
Yeah.
You're either in the
I also looked
50% or 50% of that one. I would want to, and again, I know that there is some details like in here about like whether it's all day or half day. or something less than half day. It would also like, things like whole kids, geo kids, are things that immediately like come to mind. But again, I would still think that like we tend to be like I say, a bit of a value play. Like I mean that has been.
Yes, we're definitely the most affordable. Geo Kids is $41.95 a month. And then I will say, I did also look up the MA co-op. I don't think it's the best apples to apples. It's just under 2,000, but that's only for 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And even for like geo kids, I think that they've got like a few different depending on like.
Yeah. So infant and toddler, $41.95, preschool, $33.35. So I mean, we're still under.
Yeah. But it's closer because we don't offer infant here.
So where does that, well, actually, I guess I want to make a couple of comments. One is we keep saying value play. I also want to, it is an excellent program.
Yeah.
So just acknowledge, excellent program with the benefit of being,
I mean,
more value.
Costco is a value play, and I don't think anyone
there you go.
Say a word about the quality of Costco.
Another, just bringing in one other piece, and that's there was a question about focusing on younger kids, and I certainly would say, given the implications of going with younger kids, that is not something that, while it may be valuable to the community, it is not something that we should get into at this point. I'm seeing nods. And a question. Anyway, if anyone else wants to say anything about that, please do. But I would certainly say don't go down that path. Let's get this situation solid first. So,
I'd still like I would like to the increases we think are needed to get to 70%. I would still sort of say like I'd be most comfortable with a sort of a 3-year plan. And so that the immediate next step would be an increase of 1/3 of that figure. And then at some point in time, there would be a check-in where they come back to us and sort of we'd get some sense of where enrollment is at. And then I still would want some sort of little chart with where the tuition is at, compare it with some of the other like local offerings. I think that would be the approach that I would be most comfortable with. But obviously, if the majority of the consensus is someplace else, then that's where we should go.
Okay, so you're at 70% over 3 years.
Mm.
I'm comfortable with that, if that's.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I've maybe 2 minor tweaks. I probably 95% where Councilmember Combs is. I think definitely 3 years. I would say I thought about equally spacing it out, but I don't know that we necessarily have to do that. We could do small increase, medium increase, we don't have to make it equal. And so that's something I consider because I would argue, there are many things that are going to potentially break the bank in the city, and this is not one of them, right? So I just want to preserve this as a, whatever we call it, a highly valuable service for as long as we can. So 3 years, and then maybe we do it lightly in year 1, moderately in year 2, however we structure it. The other thing I just want to offer as an adjustment is, or a consideration is I wasn't only thinking of the market study. I think when I saw the staff report the first time, I actually talked to the city manager and I said, are we really talking like long-term strategy for the city here? I saw little tidbits in here and got excited, but didn't feel very prepared for that discussion. So what I would hope is we actually could start to tee up a longer-term strategy for the city, given all the pieces that are out there. And I would argue that could include things in Redwood City and that are in driving proximity, because we don't have to just look at the boundaries of the city as where childcare is. If you have to drive 5 miles across the city boundary, that's still a childcare. We're not in a childcare desert, right? So I would ask us to, have this solution for MCC, however it plays out, but also start the process of this sort of long-range ecosystem. What should we do relative to grade levels, the relationship with the school? I just like that bigger, longer range strategies to start beyond just a market study. And I can, we can have that discussion, but I think it's a discussion we need to have. There are too many moving parts to just focus on MCC, as a piece.
So I'd have to vigorously disagree. I don't know what that does. I think that like the city has historically provided childcare services, and it has been something that has, over the years and currently provides great value to families. And that's what we do. Like, I don't know, like, what it means to be like, oh, people can go to Redwood City. I think the question is like, do we want to provide this service or not? Like, right. And that's fine. Like, we can say we want to provide it. We want to commit to it. We could also say we don't want to provide it, or we want to outsource it. That's totally fine. But I think that's the question. Like, right. It is not like what may be happening in Redwood City or Palo Alto. And not that, like, yes, and I know that people don't like sort of look for city boundaries of where they take their kids to early childhood education centers, although convenience is one of the most important aspects when people make those decisions. And so, like, yeah, I don't think any people who live and work in Redwood City are trekking to Menlo Park for child care services. I don't think if someone lives in Menlo Park and they work at Stanford that they're trekking to San Carlos for child care services. I do think that the systems are fairly localized. And that's something to study. Like, I don't need to study. I know, like, for certain that you don't. You just don't. It's not like, again, my family has lots of history with Geo kids, and to me it was always surprising how little the number of actual Palo Alto families you had at Geo kids. It's like an enormous amount of mostly just Menlo Park families, and so I do think that there's a strong nexus there, but I just don't understand this larger picture, and I don't want to sort of set staff up for something. I don't even know who does that analysis or who does that connection or what's the value to the city. I think the question is, do we want to provide this service? Not how do we want to provide it?
But I agree. I mean, just to say, like, I actually agree with your fundamental question. That's not what I'm trying to propose, is whether we should or shouldn't. I just want to understand the mix. And unless, Ms. Jones, I heard this wrong, I would argue that maybe that's not factually correct based on what she said, because 20% of MCC users are non-resident. So eight families out of 40, if I'm doing the math right, so 20%, is not insignificant. So anyway, I'm not saying we turn this into I'm just saying that the market doesn't stop at the city boundaries if there's childcare 5 minutes across the city boundary. The market is slightly bigger than just Menlo Park. But I agree with your fundamental question of what should we be in this business, at what level, how much do we subsidize? So I'm not disagreeing with the premise. I'm disagreeing with the market is somehow, it's like the climate question, somehow climate stops at the border of Menlo Park. It really doesn't. Childcare also doesn't stop at the border of Menlo Park. So I'm not disagreeing with your premise or question, just where the market exists.
And my whole thing with the whole market analysis was just that, like, hey, here are like 5 or 6 examples. I was just trying to like make it like not a huge Herculean task. If they want to take and include, like, if you wanted to do 20, childcare centers, including Palo Alto or Redwood City, I mean, that's fine. I have no objection to looking at that. Like I say, I was just trying to really be fairly efficient in my ask for staff, but I don't have any objection to looking at more childcare centers as far as, like, their costs and that sort of thing.
I will say I do. I think that at this point we have limited resources, both staff and money, and I think to look at a handful, whatever staff thinks is reasonable, in a very high level way, such as what Vice Mayor Wise just did, or maybe anyway, however you want to do it, I'm sure. But to go into anything that would then be called a study, I think is not the right time and place to be doing that. Given our staffing and budget situation, that we do not want to pull people off to be doing that. And I really don't know how much what we would really get from that. at this time when there's not a whole lot we could do about it regardless. I think we've got an abundance of childcare in Menlo Park. We are very fortunate. We've got great programs. And I think that we just, let's try and hold on to those and not expand our boundaries beyond what we can, let's really focus on just how do we get this done? How does staff manage to juggle all the balls they're juggling with in this climate?
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm not asking for that tomorrow. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply by the end of the year. I think there's just a longer term strategy here, right? So to properly gauge what level we subsidize, which centers we should keep open, where we should find partners. I don't think that ends at the city, but I'm just trying to make the point that, I work in a day job where we have a center in Menlo Park, but we don't talk about just like what happens in Menlo Park. We talk about some of the surrounding cities within a driving proximity because people would be willing to drive a little bit further to do what we do in my day job. So I think it's the same with childcare. So to be clear, that's not a tomorrow ask. That's a let's look at this in a proper way so we can judge the balance in a more market-oriented way as opposed to a city boundary way in the future, whatever we think that might be.
I will not be on council then, but I will just put in my vote now. I do not think that's worth the resources that it would take. Perhaps in the future, if staff thinks it would be worthwhile, but I just, anyway, Councilmember Combs.
Are we at least all aligned on the, well, I don't want to, I was totally fine also with Councilmember Schmidt, like sort of small, medium, large, if not equal. But I don't know if I even want to open that Pandora's box, but are we all aligned with the 3 years or no?
I will say, I think 2 years makes more sense. I'm fine with 3 years. I would just divide it equally and just bite the bullet and do, keep on top of what the effect of these increases are on enrollment and just how families are doing. But so I think, yes.
Okay, so I think what I heard was come back with something that gets us to that 70% cost recovery rate, perhaps phasing it in over 3 years, maybe something like 2%, 4%, and 5%, and with check-ins along the way to see how it's affecting enrollment, how it's affecting the families. Just a side comment, really appreciated the discussion on the dais. The childcare professionals here are staying involved with those groups, those regional groups, and with that blueprint planning process. So we'll continue to be plugged into that and sort of seeing how that plays out regionally over the next several years.
I will just say I am the 2-4 you were talking about. So you were talking about phasing it in. I'm just 2%, 4%, or not 2%, but anyway.
2, 4, and 5 to make, that's 11, right? That's 11. Over 3 years. I was thinking we would come back for action, since this is a study session, we would come back for council action and approval I'm looking at the city manager and assistant city manager, late September or early October to have it go into effect in January is what we're thinking.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. I'll kind of pose it back as a question as well to the council. That was one thing that I was wanting to make sure that we were clear on. So thank you, Director, on that. That was like the basic framework outlined in the staff report. I just need to check that against what the council's been discussing this evening. We eventually do want to get back on the annual cycle for master fee schedules that should be coming forward in April for effective dates in July, which then corresponds well for annual school years and things like that. So based off of tonight's discussion, roughly, if you could tell us when you would generally want that increase to go into effect, and reminder that there was a recent 5% increase. So when that new increase would go into effect, we do need a little bit of lead time to prepare the necessary work for that fee increase. And as a reminder with that, when we send the notice to come forward to the city council, we'll be setting the maximum. And maybe as part of that staff report, we can have a few options for something slightly less than the maximum, but we would come forward with the maximum that could be acted upon that evening. And then we would want a little bit of lead time to share that news with the families and update our systems for it to go into effect. So what the director outlined was the earliest that we would be able to come back, probably September, October for a January 1 effective date. And then I think we would want to get back on the annual routine, which is council review in the April time frame for effective date on July 1.
Could you tell us what was the staff recommendation, please?
In the staff report, we were recommending an 11% increase with 6% in January, or 5% in January, and then 6% for the fall, for the following fall.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, so my preference would be, you get the service isn't technically on the school calendar year, right? It's year round,
That's
but
correct.
obviously you do have, certainly for those going to kindergarten, they go away. I do think parents tend to see this as, even though it is year round, in their mind, or they sort of frame it towards the school year. And I actually would be most comfortable with an increase that wouldn't take effect to what we would think of as the next school year. And that meant that the parents came into this school year nominally with an understanding of what their monthly costs were going to be, and that wouldn't increase. And so for all of the 4-year-olds or those in their last year, those families essentially wouldn't see an increase because it would likely happen after they've graduated out of the system, if that's clear. I mean, that would, again, I'm just one council member, so, but that's how I would sort of see it. And obviously that incurs, like that, on both sides of that ledger, it is obviously more debt or more cost that doesn't get accounted for in the fee increase because the increase is delayed.
I would support that if it were over 2 years, but I think if we delay it to June and then do it over 3 years, that really stretches out the impact on our budget. So you would be. Yeah, sure.
Can I ask a
Councilmember
counterpoint question? Because this is where I think real cost of families makes me worried. So I think I heard 5% is already hitting. So if we space it out equally at a 443 for the 11% to get to 70, then that turns into a 9% increase for families in a very short period of time. Or if we did it 344, then that's an 8% increase. So like the real dollars to real families and percentage increase in year one. That's why I would like to backload some of this, because there's already a 5% increase that we just hit them with.
But I think Councilmember Combs made a suggestion that actually handles that, because we've done the 5% increase. The suggestion was that we don't do another one until the end of the school year.
Which is
so that
when though? Is that April, or that's May?
June.
Oh, okay.
June,
So that, and then I was suggesting that because we are delaying it that much, that we do go with the 5 and 6% over 2 years. So we do we've got a 5% now. We do a 5% in June, and then a 6%. I don't know what,
It would be the following June.
Okay, the following June.
But when did the 5%, maybe I want to track the time.
July. We
So
did
July,
that.
yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So
Yeah.
July 5%, June 5%, and then the next June-ish July is 6%. I'd still rather do 3 years, to be totally honest, just because of the cost, but
3 years, even with the delay, or
with the delay would be my preference.
Because you were just saying the 2, starting with a 2, which I was assuming was meaning that we'd started earlier.
I was adding it to the 5, thinking it would hit in January. So like
Right.
5 in July and 2 in June is like a 7 or 8% increase, so that's, but if we space the timing out to be into the school year, I'm okay with, making that equal. but I'd still like it to be equal across 3 years, just as a personal preference.
I am very concerned about our budget, so I would,
I don't think
you
this
know,
breaks.
So
I mean,
well,
yeah,
every
I don't know
little
if this-
piece.
I get it.
I mean, it's very
totally-
easy to say yes.
I agree.
And it's really hard when it comes to looking at the budget.
No, I started my comments with that total agreement, but at the same time, we have.
And
we
that
have
you'd
other
hear
areas.
from, you heard the council members, now you're
Yeah.
hearing it. Yes.
Yeah.
So I really do like the idea of the delay. I could go either way, so we'll let the vice mayor break whether it's delayed and then we go over 2 years or delayed and we go over 3 years, right? Because in that way, yeah, you would be the third vote or something.
Okay, wait, so option one is, we just did 5%, so then next June 2027, 5%, June 2028, 6%,
Yeah,
right?
So
Okay.
that's over 2 years, which is
And
where
then-
Mayor Nash is.
Option two, we just did the 5%, 2027,
Like 4 or 3 or something.
4, yeah, and then 28. Okay, I see.
4 or 3 and then 29.
Okay, well, you'll put on the spot. I don't know. I think I would, I don't know. I think maybe just the 2 years because, yeah, of just, I mean, where we're at with the budget and, yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, I think I would also just rather have it be more consistent, but again, I don't know. Can be swayed if I hear really
No, I think that's
good
fine. I think we
arguments
can go.
again.
I think there's 3 votes for the 2 years, and no family is surprised. I think is a key thing, and they have the option to like shop around during the time of which people shop around.
I actually have one last question, and that's in looking at the appendix, I think, anyway, the appendix where you had the attendance by month, does it create problems that there's such variability in the numbers of kids? Or are you able to handle that, or how do you handle the variability? And I guess the other piece was when it comes to the preschool ages, 18 months to 2 years, where it went, I mean, I think the range was from 7 to 1.
The ratio?
No, this was how many kids were enrolled.
Okay. During the summer, we have an attrition basically where our toddlers will move to the early preschool to the preschool. So then it goes down to 1, but then we re-enroll as the children move up. But we do it in a phased way, a couple kids, every week basically. So then it builds back up. Does that answer
And
your
so that's
question?
actually intentional.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes. And
Thank
then
you.
we also, so the children could get used to the program because they're so young.
Actually, and I know from my grandkids' school is they try not to have everybody hit at the same time because of the, so they actually space out, yes, when people start, or
That's
when the kids
exactly right.
start.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So do you have the information? It sounds like we landed on 7% over 2 years, starting in June, aligning it with the school year.
Right. So what I think I heard from the dais was trying to hit that 70% cost recovery rate over the next 2 years, sort of on the cycle of the master fee schedule increases. So we would come back with a 5% in the spring for the following school year, starting in June, July, let's say, and then another 6% in the following master fee schedule cycle. So 5 and 6% over the next 2 years. And we can also do like a market study as part of that, just a quick one, just to kind of check in and see what the other local providers are charging. So that, and you will have a chance to check in as well at that point.
Thank you. Any more discussion up here? Great. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have a City Council initiated item. In accordance with the City Council Procedures Manual, the following agenda item is to be considered by the City Council. City council members can ask staff questions regarding preliminary scope, analysis, resource requirements, and overall prioritization of future city council agenda items based on the citywide work plan. After discussion with a motion and second, the city council may take one of the following actions: preparation of a formal staff report with a determined level of staff resources and timing for city council consideration, or advisory body preparation of a formal staff report with a determined level of staff report, or consideration at the city council's annual priority and goal setting process. The city council initiated item is L1, request by City Councilmember Schmidt for a future agenda topic. To introduce the item is City Councilmember Schmidt.
All right, thanks, Mayor Nash. A couple of quick things for context. I tried to put a little more information in here than probably was usual for these kind of things. So I won't kind of really go through a lot of the detail, but I will call it a couple of headlines. I think, Superintendent Gracia has been doing a great job to kind of lead on this issue in Menlo Park City School District. I think Chief Norris and his team was heavily involved in that. I was at a number of school board meetings, and so I think she's kind of led the way for the region, which is great, and a lot of people reference the work that they've done. That's why I think we were really excited to see what Supervisor Spear and Mueller put together, and knowing that it was built to be a model ordinance that we could go in and tweak and adjust to our own needs was also really important. The couple of additional pieces I wanted to share. So the ability to not have to start from scratch, and the ability to move quicker than we may normally do when we start from scratch is a positive. A couple of things. Supervisor Spear's office at the VLF thing that Mayor Nash and I were at, and city staff talked to Supervisors Spear and Mueller. They're both happy to help and share. I got a lot of this documentation from Supervisor Spear. They offered to sort of help us think through anything we needed to do as far as staff goes. I had a chance to talk to the chief as well, and I think they were already thinking about this. So it feels like it's sort of 4 steps down the path, which is great and kind of unusual, but happy to have that. So I think both of our supervisors would be willing to assist however we need. And then the last thing I guess I would say is there were some email comments from a couple of residents around this, around the work that the Complete Streets Commission is doing. And so I'm not proposing this as an adopt and go. I think we want some comments from the Complete Streets. We want them to be able to help us shape a little bit of this, but we're not starting from scratch. So I think we can incorporate some of what the Complete Streets Commission is working on, some of what the chiefs are already working on, and really make a dent in this. I feel strongly that this is something we just need to get in place quickly, because it is kids and bikes and hazards and hospitals and stuff. So anyway, I'm going to stop there because it's getting late, but I think I wanted to put this forward and hope we can get it on an agenda.
City Clerk Karen, can you call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on agenda item L1, a future agenda topic presented by City Councilmember Schmidt, if you're in person, return that speaker card. Virtual engage hand feature. Calling in, press *9 now. Final call for public comment on the City Council initiated item L1. Okay, looks like we did have a hand raised. I'd like to invite Sally Cole.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go right ahead.
Thanks so much. Good evening, everyone. It is great to see the City Council considering adopting an e-bike ordinance for Menlo Park, considering all the feedback we get from residents on this. This is, I think, really important and really timely. Accidents are on the rise, as you know, and we can do more to increase awareness and improve safety. So thank you, Councilmember Schmidt, for proposing this item. As for next steps, I would like to ask the council to refer this item to our Complete Streets Commission I should have introduced myself. I'm the chair of that commission. So we can do work and support the city council in this initiative. What that work would be to closely review the county ordinance and any recommendation or guidance that would come from CGAG, take public feedback, consult with city staff, consult with the police chief, as Councilmember Schmidt mentioned, who's been very involved with this issue, and provide council with a recommendation for an e-bike ordinance that will not only increase safety, but will be adjusted to operate seamlessly in Menlo Park. I wanted to let you know that we've added to the agenda of our commission meeting this Thursday, just in 2 days, to create an e-bike ordinance subcommittee so we can begin this work immediately to support you. We're excited to do the work and to help move this initiative forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. All right, seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I would like to now open for city council discussion. Vice Mayor Wise.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm definitely in favor of asking staff to agendize this. I thank Sally for her public comment. I would be in favor of asking Complete Streets to look at it as well, just because I know they've already been working on this, and it would be great to hear their thoughts, as well as I just like the idea of also giving parents and anyone affected by this multiple outlets also for feedback and public comment. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I don't have any objection.
I guess I would, my 2 cents would just be to send it directly to Complete Streets Commission and then have them recommend back to council. Okay, that's what you meant? Great. Okay, excellent. Then we're in sync. Did you want to make any?
Yeah, so my first inclination would be to agree with that. The only thing that's Commissioner Cole said that concerns me is, quote unquote, begin this work. Because what I wouldn't really want to support is, creating something that's territorial and, like we're going to throw out 3/4 of what they did. And like, I think we're 5 steps down the path. So if we can get if we can put a time frame on it or what, because I mean, we all come up through commissions, doing a subcommittee meeting that's a 6-month delay potentially. So that's the only part that I don't support. I really love the work our commissions do, but the begin this work makes me pretty concerned. So that's the thing I would say.
My best guess is that that's a very literal interpretation, which is fair.
Yeah.
I would totally agree that I would hope that there would be very minimal changes to this, so that basically we do have an ordinance here and get it moving, tweak it for Menlo Park's needs,
right.
Or not. Basically, how does it work in Menlo Park? Complete Streets Commissioner Raskoff sent in a CCIN that had some immediate tweaks that needed to be done for Menlo Park. And I would hope that essentially things like that would be made and that we would not try and go much beyond that. We would get something implemented as soon as possible.
Yeah, I totally, if we've got a common definition of begin the work means making the adjustments, because I know the chief has got some pieces already underway. And so like starting from scratch is the thing that makes me nervous, which is why I put this forward pretty quickly. So if we can say beginning of the work means doing some mods and some outreach for residents here within a reasonable time frame, and then coming back to council, whatever that is, like a month, 2 months, whatever it takes to modify it to make it relevant to Menlo Park. Not a year, hopefully.
Vice Mayor Wise.
I do just want to add, I'm pretty sure Complete Streets also has a current e-bike subcommittee. Sorry, words are hard. Subcommittee, which is but I do appreciate your point. So I think that's the other reason why I like involving them, just because they are very, very, very close to the matter. But yes, I understand. So if they're meeting on Thursday, then perhaps they could bring this, I don't know with staff constraints, but if it's possible to bring it as early as their September meeting, great. But yes, I hear you.
And I believe they've already got a hold of it. So, Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, my only comment would be that if we're not going the complete streets route, then I think we should waive them off, because I feel that then you're going to have lots of people are different routes, and so there's going to be the staff working specifically as it relates to teeing this up for council, and then there's going to be staff working to tee something up and to support complete streets. And so then you said the chief is over here, so I would just say choose a lane more than anyway. And if the lane is council, then that's fine, if that's where the consensus is. But then I do think then that should be communicated to complete streets. If it is complete streets, then I don't think that, then I think that should be the route we choose.
My preference, I mean, based on what I understand from what supervisors Spear and Mueller put together, is they did a ton of outreach. I didn't include it just to save you the burden, but they did a ton of outreach. Kristen did a ton of outreach for residents and everything else. So my preference to pick a lane, I appreciate you clarifying, would be I'd rather this come from council. We solicit input from Complete Streets. We solicit input from the chief who's already thinking about it, and we make the modifications that we know are pretty practical, as opposed to, trying to reset the bar and letting Complete Streets lead the way. I think there's just been a ton of work done on this at multiple levels, and it's more a tweaking exercise than it is, and we want Complete Streets input, but I don't think they need to lead it.
I think Complete Streets is the only way we should go. I think that it does not make sense for council to lead it. We have a commission that's already there. They have been working on e-bikes for over a year and going to various meetings with the Gracia and all, and that it would be a misuse of commissions for this to go directly to council.
But sorry, I misunderstood. Why wouldn't staff lead it? Why wouldn't staff lead it and they would gather that input from Complete Streets? That's what I think the choosing the lane really means.
So in my mind, commissions are here to advise our council. This is a situation where it will be the same staff working on it. And perhaps what we should do is speak to Public Works Director Mitch and see what her preference would be. But to me, this is what commissions are tasked with doing, is actually taking something like this with and bringing it, sort of looking at it, especially since they've already been working on this, on similar things, and have been sitting on committees with e-bikes and on e-bike topics and all, and that they would work on it and bring it through staff to council. And that we would, I think we're all in agreement that as few tweaks as possible, like don't rewrite it, don't start over, use this and make it work for Menlo Park.
Yeah, it's more, if I'm picking a lane, I'd rather have staff lead and solicit their input. It's mostly about timing. I don't want this to take 3 months, right? Because everybody's done a tremendous amount of work. So it's about speed to me, as opposed to letting Complete Streets feel like they're leading. So it's, yeah.
Let's get Ms. Mitch involved in the conversation, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to chime in. And it looks like the chief and I would be in agreement that it would be best in terms of expediency to have the CSC lead this in coordination with staff. We would obviously work with our city attorney's office to make sure the tweaks make sense, and figure out bringing this back to you as soon as possible. I will share as well that while the county has their ordinance, there's also an effort by the City and County Association of Governments. They are taking best practices, including the county's ordinance, and will be drafting a model ordinance that will be ready in October. Now, if that timing doesn't work, We could either wait and assess CCAG's model ordinance or bring something to you that would be tweaked from the counties. So we do have two options. One is having CSC lead this. The second would be having them lead it, but also taking into account the model ordinance that we're expecting in October.
Thank you. Yeah, and I got a note from Commissioner Cole as well. Like, so as long as we're talking September, October timeframe, I'm totally cool with the joint CSC staff leading. To me, it's about timing. I didn't want to reinvent any part of the wheel as much as we could, and didn't want this to creep into February. So that I'm feeling okay about that as long as it's fairly quick.
Would a November timeframe be reasonable? I guess your opinion would be neat. I think it would be worthwhile to also see CCAG's model ordinance. And so coming to you, the e-bike issue has been very difficult to manage, right? So if we're going through the effort of having you adopt an ordinance, then it might be best to really take a look at the best practices and bring something to you in November that takes that into account. And our friends at CCAG are willing to do that heavy lifting as well.
I'd be okay with that. The bigger the bite at the apple we can take at this, the better, as long as it doesn't take a long time. So I think if you advise waiting and it's still within a few months, then I appreciate that flexibility too.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Okay, the chief just said he wants to see it on the agenda before he retires.
That's a good deadline. Thanks.
Thank you.
Does that mean he sticks around longer? So do we need, let's see, a motion and a second on the table. And for this. So that's what my notes say.
I'm happy to. Can I make a motion on my own?
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so the motion would be the preparation of a formal staff report for the Complete Streets Commission.
And also including, well, I guess that
the direction,
including the
yes,
CCAG.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, if I can make a motion on my own thing, then I'm happy to do it.
All right, so we do have a motion by City Councilmember Schmidt and a second by City Councilmember Combs for the preparation of a formal staff report for the Complete Streets Commission. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. Okay, and the motion passes with a City Council Member Taylor absent. Thank you.
Thank you. Informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our informational items M1, City Council agenda topics, M2, the update on the Grand Boulevard initiative for El Camino Real, or M3, an update on city-hosted community events and observances. If you are in person and have not already, please submit a speaker card. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, so we do have 3 speakers. The first 2 will be on item M2. So inviting up Vacancy, followed by Ken Kirshner.
Good evening again, Mayor Nash and council members. My name is Vamsi Velikapudi, resident of District 2. So this evening you received an information item on the Grand Boulevard initiative for El Camino Real, which will help support the City Council's Safe Routes priority along an identified high collision corridor. I understand that we're in the project initiation phase, which will help develop draft design alternatives, and that an alternative won't actually be selected until the next project phase in 2027, 2028, and would involve more community engagement. I do believe that a small reversible pilot on a stretch of El Camino, perhaps between Sandhill Road and Roble, could help provide valuable data in advance of that final design selection. And I know the pilots on Middle Avenue and Coleman have already provided invaluable data to inform final designs. I especially support such a pilot if it can be funded by a grant source external to the city and managed with our city resources. We should be leveraging help when we can get it. The Complete Streets Commission has already endorsed this kind of pilot, and I'd like the council to explore this option as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Ken Kirshner.
Good evening, Mayor Nash and council members. I'm Ken Kirshner, Allied Arts resident. The Grand Boulevard Initiative is a 14-city, roughly $750 million corridor program with 0 real-world pilots planned anywhere on El Camino Real. And it won't have any real operating data before the council approves Menlo Park's own design during the 2027-28 PA and ED process, unless a pilot runs before then. I'm asking council to direct staff to prioritize applying to the San Mateo County Transportation Authority pedestrian and bike program for a scoped less than $1 million externally funded quick build pilot on El Camino from Sandhill to Roble Avenue, funding an outside project manager and a design installation team. This wouldn't be city staff or CIP funds, so it wouldn't draw on the capital project delivery division that's already operating at a 50% vacancy. The Complete Streets Commission has endorsed this concept unanimously in May, and the benefits are substantial. There's near-term Vision Zero improvements at Middle Avenue, Cambridge, and Roble Avenue, all designated city's Tier 1 injury intersections. Real operating data on speeds, volumes, parking, and transit interactions would be available before the council's 2028 design decision. And a funding demonstration at no capital cost and minimal staff time, since the delivery is outside project manager led. This would be a live test case for Caltrans' new SB 960 Complete Streets intake process that comes into effect January 1st, 2027. It would also provide calibration data feeding directly into the 2031 El Camino Caltrans pavement rehabilitation that's scheduled for this segment. A reversible, time-limited, 12 to 24-month sub $1 million scope with no permanent commitment before the results would be highly beneficial. If the council cannot agree to direct that prioritization, I ask instead that you direct staff to send a letter formally offering the Sandhill to Roble segment to Samtrans GBI, inviting the agency to lead a multi-agency risk reduction GBI phase. SMCTA would be the funder, Caltrans would be the encroachment permitter, and Menlo's Park role would be to approve any reversible on-street parking removal. 14 cities and roughly $750 million committed over multiple years is a heavy political lift, and it's hard to sustain with 0 proof points anywhere on the corridor. One successful pilot in this cooperative city here in Menlo Park is how the Grand Boulevard Initiative could keep the support of the other 13 councils and finish the GBI vision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Adina Levin. And Adina, if you could let us know which item you are speaking on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I would like to also speak to the GBI item.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, and I would like to support the previous comments, supporting, if at all possible, for the city to support a pilot on our section of El Camino Real to be able to gather data with minimal investment and minimal risk well before there might be a much larger financial commitment and permanent investment. Know that the city has challenges with staffing and funding, and therefore pursuing a pilot project with grant funding, or even with the method proposed beforehand with a different project sponsor, to be able to move forward and gather data and learn with less risk and financial commitment can really help the city on an important opportunity to improve safety on a high injury corridor. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. And seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Now bringing it back to the dais, does anyone have comments about any of the information items? Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Two quick things. Just appreciation for Vamsi, Ken, and Adina for hanging in there with us and making the comments, and Will obviously for sticking around. But yeah, I just want to support. I really appreciate how everybody's keeping us focused on this one. I know it feels like it's a forever, type thing, and it's a big project, but I just would support in general this idea of like, let's keep focused on it. Let's keep involving complete streets. If we can do a pilot and get more data, that would be great. But I for one would totally be in support of some of the things that our residents just said. So wanted to echo that support.
Councilmember Combs.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So just to make sure we're all operating on the same page, as it relates to a pilot right now, staff has said that it doesn't have the resourcing to substantively action a pilot. Is that accurate? Is that not accurate?
That is accurate. That would be us really developing a project, coordinating with Caltrans, applying for grants. That all takes time and staff time.
Okay, so then there's been thrown out, so staff doesn't have the time, the resourcing. There's been thrown out there this idea that then we could hire an outside consultant, and I know from personal experience, sometimes hiring a consultant ends up taking more time than if you hadn't hired the consultant, but let's go down this road, that then we could seemingly reduce the staff resourcing needed to zero. Do you have any experience with a product or a project where hiring a consulting reduced staffing resourcing to zero? Or in this case, do you think hiring some sort of outside consultant could minimize staff resourcing enough that then you can action it?
No, I mean, consultants don't work independently, right? So we as staff have to solicit proposals to hire consultants. We have to manage them. We have to make sure that they're on track. So we have two models that we currently follow. Willow Class 4, for example, we are working with a consultant who's doing the design. Our coordination on that effort, as you've seen by our presentations here, there are a lot of consultant meetings, design check-ins, coordination with Caltrans. That's all led by city staff, and the consultants are working on the design. We have the second model where we do everything in-house. Definitely more resources needed to do a project in-house where we ourselves execute the design. But but there are two models that require resources, period.
So I do think we have to be very clear. Again, there is no model by which staff resourcing is reduced to zero. And you're saying that you don't have the resourcing for either model as an approach to a pilot on El Camino.
Yes, we currently have 9 vacancies in CIP and transportation. And we have, we just presented to you all on the Willow Class 4 project. We've presented to you all on the Middle Caltrain Crossing project several times. We have slow streets that we're now looking at implementing the projects that are being ranked high. Quiet zone, high voltage, those are just the projects that have transportation elements. We just completed the construction of our annual resurfacing program. We're initiating the designs for that. We are assessing outsourcing the design because we're so understaffed.
Okay, thanks. So I'm fine with having a discussion about a pilot on El Camino as it relates to the Grand Boulevard initiative. Totally fine. But that discussion has to be about what we want staff to deprioritize. Because if it's not about having a discussion about very specifically saying staff, then don't do this, don't do slow streets, don't do quiet zone, don't do Willow Road, then it is just air that has no real value. So that's the discussion I want to have. What do we want to tell staff not to do? I'm totally willing to engage in that discussion.
So I will say, I fully agree. I think that we need to finish the projects that we've started before we pick up new ones. This one is, I was part of the Grand Boulevard Initiative board, I guess you would call it anyway, the group that met in 2019. And it's, it's one of the committees I was on, I think, for 2019, 2020, and then it sort of dissolved. I'm very excited that it's back. But we just do not have the capacity at this time to pursue that. Period.
And again, I want to be clear, like, I'm willing to have a discussion, like maybe, but let's say that slow streets. Does anyone want to tell staff to deprioritize slow streets? I mean, or does anyone want to tell staff to deprioritize the quiet zone or the work on Willow Road? I mean, I'm fine with that discussion, and I'm not trying to be dramatic about it, because I really would. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is the case that like this is more valuable to pursue than some of those other things, but we have to frame the discussion that way.
I'm just happy to add that I agree. I've had many disappointing conversations at office hours about not just this topic, but others. And it's just, I have to frame it in the same way to people because it's just the reality of the situation. And Director Mitch and her team are working unbelievably hard to deliver things to our residents. And it's not at all that we don't want to do these things. These are fantastic projects. It's just the reality of the budget and staffing. So, I mean, thank you for the informational item. It's great to see that it's on the radar.
All right. Thank you very much. So at this point, we will go to city manager reports with City Manager Justin Murphy.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So let's see. So I just want to talk a little bit about upcoming council meetings in September. The council is currently scheduled to have back-to-back meetings September 15th and September 22nd. And given the volume of topics that we have as well, we're also considering a special meeting on September 29th. We're close to being able to confirm that, but we need to work through a few other things about overall load across the 3 meetings. So I just wanted to kind of make people aware that we're most likely going to have a third council meeting in September, and we will be sensitive to the fact that there be 3 council meetings in a row to try to distribute the load across those three meetings. So just wanted to give that update at this point in time, and that's my one update for tonight.
Thank you. Are there any city council member any reports from city council members since the August 11th city council meeting? Councilmember Schmidt.
Thanks, Mayor Nash. Two quick things. I was hoping to talk to the city manager or find an update on VLF. I was scheduled to talk to a member of Calgary staff today, but unfortunately, I think they're hard at work trying to secure VLF. So no real update, but I think a lot of us are kind of trying to chase down what next steps are and progress and things like that. So hopefully we'll get an update soon. And then the legislation I've been keeping everyone posted on for Rethink Waste. Good news while we were meeting here, got notification that this vape bill is out of the Senate, which is great, on a 30-9 vote, and it's going to the governor's desk. Based on what I worked on with Senator Becker last year, there's no guarantee that he's going to sign it, unfortunately. But there was a lot of hard work to get it through, particularly appropriations through the assembly and everything else. So fingers crossed, it's a really important bill for reducing waste in our landfills and fire hazards in Shoreline, which we fund, and as the mayor knows. So I'm happy it's on the governor's desk. Anybody knows the governor can pick up the phone and pressure him into signing it, I'd sure appreciate it. But anyway, that's the updates. I'm glad we got this far, but one more hurdle. So thanks.
Congratulations. That's great news. Hopefully it will get signed. I will just report out that I went to the CCAG Resource Management and Climate Protection meeting, and there's the one topic of discussion was the anticipated conclusion of PG&E's local government partnership funding in 2028, and especially its effect on RICAPs and some of the other climate programs that are happening. We do have a member of PG&E on the committee who is looking into that funding and sort of what is happening and how where there might be other sources of funding. And CCAG is also looking at that. So we will see what happens, but that was sort of the big question mark. And one of the things that I was really surprised at is there's actually 3 programs there, and they're all being managed with about $600,000 a year, which seems like a tremendous amount of work is going on for that amount of money, especially with the RICAPS program. All right. If there's no other reports, the meeting is adjourned.